Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, March the 5th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Pepe. Thank you very much. And YouTube, always appreciated. Never know about YouTubers. So we're good to go, guys. I've got a couple of yeses that everybody can hear me in both rooms and see my screen. So let's get rocking. Yeah, thank you, William. I was going to ask you about help. I was asking to help on help. How's that? Yeah, so help is announces phase 2 signal detection. The market popped it a little bit, but now it's really dropping it. So, or the reaction is dropping. 611,000 shares, so not a ton of activity yet. Not a low float, not a high float. 49 million in the float. So thank you for the analysis of it. My back of the envelope is $4.15 a share, mostly in cash, so it's still a little bit above that, $2 above that. Zero revenue, bleed cash, but have enough cash to fund a couple years worth of development. All right, well, let's see if it does bounce a little bit. It's not the only thing they've got. And that's help. Not too many monsters this morning, guys. Monsters in terms of massive pricing or percentage increases from yesterday's close. GXAI is the big one, 83% up. 83% up. And First Defense, I was having problems loading these things. I don't know why from Interactive Brokers, but they secure a license from America First Defense. Okay, so that is the news on GXAI. This is a pretty low float, 8.4 million in the float. Alto, I believe, is an earnings play. Yes, Alto is an earnings play, cheap earnings play. Reaction so far is very good. Actually, look at the weekly chart. Yeah, actually, it's broken free of all this. Could be interesting. 73 million in the float. TTD, not an earnings play. It has been beaten up badly, but look at this. What a move. TTD. After I just can't seem to load this. Report suggesting. I don't know what's going on. This is my headline on it anyway. It's just a teaser here. Trading higher following reports suggesting that. I just can't load it. Anyway, TTD, whatever that said, is really causing TTD to have a big. That's a big move, guys. 437 million in the float. So 400. That's a massive move with that float size. Is that what it is? Insiders bought 148 million. Is that right? 148 million dollars worth. Wow, 148 million dollars worth of stock. Well, they're putting their money where their hearts are right now. That's for sure. Wow, that is a okay. Well, that's massive. That definitely accounts for this move. Okay, and it's still relatively cheap, $30 stock. I know Wedbush put a $32 price target on it, but anyway, that is a lot of. That's a big commitment. To be the one to follow all day for sure. Somebody was mentioning about why OBI is not here. My price minimum is $1. Okay, so if that's why, and I guess OBI is not over $1 yet, or what is the one? Sorry, IBO. I know it's up a massive amount percentage wise, but it's probably not over $1 yet. So that's the reason, guys. I mean, if you want to take this one and change the minimum to 50 cents or something, you would see IBO. Just to show you that I'm not crazy. There you go. There's your IBO. Okay. So again, this is just my settings. I don't usually look at stocks under $1. Yeah, again, remember, all my scans, everything that I share is you can customize it to your style of trading. It doesn't. The fact that I only want to see stocks minimum of $1 doesn't mean you have to. A lot of you out there, I know, love to see this the super penny stocks, just the way it's filtered. Exactly 162. Exactly. FTCI, I believe, is an earnings play. Yeah, FTCI is an earnings play. This is being crushed. Low float, 11 million, 12 million in the float. That is being crushed. And oh, I know why. This one had a big pop after hours, guys. I was watching this after hours. NAGE. When I say watching it, I got back to my desk at about 4 o'clock Eastern time, and I saw this pop for NAGE. Didn't take it. I don't trade usually. Well, hardly ever. I remember the last time after hours, but anyway, NAGE. After hours, it did get up to 728. It has pulled back quite a bit. Let's see if this will load. Okay. So it's actually an earnings play. Okay, that's why. It is actually an earnings play. NAGE released after hours. You can see the big pop. So let's see if it holds the VWAP. Okay, that's the VWAP. It's not a low float, not a high float. 45 million in the float. So Williams' favorite company, SOC. Don't see any news on this one other than benchmark downgraded it to just a hold from a buy. So that's not good. Even though it's popping up 14%. How's XLE doing? So see how the energy, so XLE, yeah, basically flat right now. I did take a quick look at silver, see what it's doing. Silver is, I think, was kind of flat. Yeah, kind of flat right now. Flat meaning, it's only down 0.65% from yesterday's close. StubHub, where is StubHub? This is an earnings play, guys. StubHub is an earnings play. STUB, this is an earnings play. I wish I could read this. Here it goes. Now they're starting to load. So shaky earnings guidance isn't the only problem, according to Barron's. Wider than expected loss, soft earnings guidance, failing to reassure investors who are already fretting about regulators cracking down on ticket resale sites. California and New York introducing legislation. Boy, talk about gouging. I mean, it's incredible what these companies. I mean, I guess it's in theory it's legal, but not in theory. It is legal, although I guess they're trying to illegalize it. Could be a good word. But anyway, there's StubHub. So StubHub on the low looking left is around 830 on that daily chart. This is getting close to an all-time low. Did not see Victoria's Secret. Did not see it at all. You've got too much time in your hands, Obi. I did not see Victoria's Secret. Now, why didn't I? Oh, it's down 6%. Let's see now. No, that's why it's not. Remember, I only have the top 15 here. The top 15 up and the top 15 down. With respect to how much they've moved from yesterday's close. Okay, so I only have the top 15. So Victoria's Secret. So interesting. You're saying it's a beat raise, but it's down. So maybe it'll start to recover. But they're initiating a review of its non-core brand shares fall. Focus more on its core brands. Okay. What is not in my price range, however, here is, it's dropped off. Yeah, AVGX has dropped off here, guys. This is Broadcom. This is a two-time Broadcomer, okay? So it's dropped off. So Broadcom, well, it never was on here. It was never here. Okay. Well, actually, I'm wrong. Okay, this was on here. AVGX was showing up here, and this is the two-time Broadcom. So if you take a look at Broadcom, AVGO, I think it's an earnings play today, I believe. AVGO is an earnings play. Yeah. So it's up about 5%, but it's starting to drift down. You can see what's happening. So, market is also weak. So, again, short the pops, guys. Probably another short the pops day. But if you thought it was going to kind of recover a little bit, anyway, you could buy the AVG a lot cheaper. AVGX, pretty good volume, 360,000 shares. Okay, so if Broadcom starts to recover a bit, AVGO, the stock, starts to recover a bit, this will give you double the move. So if AVGO goes up 1%, this will go up 2%. But of course, if AVGO drops 1%, this will drop 2%. This is, again, these are tons and tons of now ETFs designed for specific companies. I haven't seen, not as many on the short side. In other words, how you could buy if you thought AVGO was going to go down. There probably is one. I just don't see it here. Don't see it here. Here's the MobX. Yeah, so it must be over $1 now. Yeah, MobX is over $1. So it got up to $1.24 yesterday, from 38 cents up to $1. Did not close there. Where did it close? Actually, it didn't close too badly. It got closed over $1 at least. So it's back. It's back over $1. Alm just popped. Yeah, I'm seeing this one. Alm just popped. A little bit. It's not an earnings play. I had it on my list, I think. Trying to see why its high looking left is 2085, so a little bit of room. The TTD, guys, let me see if I can finally. Oh, thank you, John. AVS is a short. Okay. I wonder why it's not showing up here. Well, I'll see why. Well, it's probably not. It's a one timer. Okay, but it's super cheap, and it's a 5 point. Okay, so that's why it's not showing up here. So thank you, John. So what John is saying, and it's good volume, good volume. So if you did think that AVGO, the stock, was going to really start to fade, you could buy this. Okay, this is a short, and it's a 1-to-1. So in other words, if AVGO drops 1%, this will move up 1%. It's just a one timer. Let's see if I can finally bring up that news on TTD. I mean, that is amazing. So yes. Okay, just give me a moment, please. So I see Burlington jumping, but I don't see it. But I want to see. Okay, also. Okay, so yeah. LD. Oh, sorry, LD in our YouTube room. Yes, trading higher following reports suggesting that OpenAI held talks with the company for support in selling ads. Also, the CEO bought 6.4 million shares. Wow, wow, wow. That's a big deal. How do I see AIFF? Thought I saw it down here. Just maybe it's recovered a bit. These are just cheap little. Yeah, I mean it's down 15%. Whereas, yeah, it's right there. I mean, these are just stock plays. I don't know if there's any even. I don't know if there's any news on this one yesterday. I mean, it got what did it get up to? What, $1.88? Closed at closed here $1.55. So it wasn't terrible. Probably have to take this out. Get above the close of yesterday for it to get rolling again, if it's going to do that at all. Or look at this market, guys. Drift mode down. Drift mode down. PJ, I was listening to or listening. I was reading your posts about this guy calling the spy. If I'm not trying to be mean, but if he's so darn good, why don't you just play the spy and that's it? You said he's bang on all the time, or not all. Nobody's all the time, but why not just if this guy that you're paying $40 a month for, if he's bang on most of the time with the spy, why would you? Yeah, why would you not just trade the spy then? Options on the spy or something if. Especially with in these days where for about a year now we've had decent ranges in the SPY every day. Not every day, but many days. Okay, PTYN is another earnings play. Well, then why don't you do it then? Every darn time, why wouldn't you do it? I'm just trying to figure out if he's that good and you think he's that good, why wouldn't you just do that instead of wasting time with trying to other stocks and just trying to figure out if he's that good that you think he is that good. Why wouldn't you just keep doing that? Go Guys is an earnings play. Okay, the grocery outlet is an earnings play. Down 24%. All right. Joby, a little pop here, guys. I'm sorry. Well, it was a pop, but not anymore. All right, EBO is still. What's the news on this one? Impact extends Dr. Ashley's merger deadline to July 1st. Who's Dr. Ashley's? Is that a public company? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, Ampex, it was sort of next on my list. Thank you, Amen. I actually have a fairly big list of stocks. Here's Ampex. This is an earnings play. What sort of room does it have? When you look left, the next high is 14. Yeah, it's got some room. Certainly looking at this daily chart. Okay. I'm not saying, again, when I say room, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but when you look at the daily chart, the next high looking left is 1476. So you don't have to worry about a daily chart blocking it from moving higher if it wants to. A lot of shares available. I mean, again, my bias is, if the market is going to continue to do this drift down, my bias is to short these tops. I really don't know if it's scientifically proven, Ken C, about the whole number. That's what I do. And the 50-cent level underneath $5, stocks under $5. It's just something I've kind of noticed over the years of doing this. You always hear me say I won't take a stock. Like I would never take a stock at 15.97. I would wait for a 16 break, things like that. I think it's just a psychological level. I don't know if there's actually any solid proof in that, but that's just the way I look at things. MTech guys, MTech on the move here. MTech is on the move through the 200-day moving average. MTech on the move. Wow, a lot of shares, lot of volume. V in our YouTube room, I have interactive brokers. Okay, so that is my news feed. My I call, is it split second? No, but it's pretty darn good for something that's included in interactive brokers. Our news feed, if it's an earnings play, more than likely you will see something. Okay, if it's an earnings play, I typically use our news for previous days news because I cannot get. There's probably a way in which I could do that even with interactive brokers, but this is more. I mean, I can go back. I can go back, scroll back, but that's what I use. Okay, interactive brokers. Yeah, yeah. I don't often agree with Grumpy, but yeah, it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. If enough people look at that the same way as I do, and I'm certainly not alone, I think, in looking at whole numbers, but I know people think that's just crazy, just a number. All right, guys. Well, we're gonna get going here. Well, I'm gonna take a look at XLF financials. Market was up yesterday, so yeah, but financials not really recovering that much. XLE, we looked at that one earlier. Yeah, this is energy. Not so much looking at it. I mean, we know it's way above the 200-day, but seeing what it's actually doing right now. I want to take a quick look at silver. Silver is starting to fade a little more now, guys. I mean, in the past, a 1.2% move in any one of these major sectors would be a big deal. But what we've seen silver. So silver looks weak again. And let's take a look at gold. Gold, there's definitely been a disconnect. Well, okay, gold is sinking too. Let's see, XLY, discretionary. That was another one. Well, look at that. Actually, discretionary got above the 200-day moving average yesterday. So I have a feeling that the only one below, right now is sitting on it, but at least it got it below it, or sorry, above it yesterday, closed above it. So I have a feeling that that's the only, so XL, which is a big one though, financials still below the 200-day moving average. How are the dividend stocks going? XLU, utilities. You can see utilities. I mean, again, why? Well, a lot of people will start when they get a little nervous about the overall market. They'll start to trade. They'll start to take these sort of trades or get into these stocks. A lot of these stocks have dividends, so get paid for holding. Okay, guys. Wow, 9:24 already. So what I'm going to do now, save my work. As always, save my work. I'm going to make one. Yeah, save my work or save my layout, my pre-market layout. And get my 9:30 layout up and running. Okay, and just let me get Okay, guys. So from the list before, this is the top. These are the top six in terms of percentage moves from yesterday. Okay, so there's the MTech. MTech is still. I'm still looking at this VIR, guys. Looking at this one. I want to see if it takes out 10 at some point. It's turned out to be a very nice, well, pseudo swing. I think I held it for 2 days. Yeah, there's the MTech. Definitely. I mean, look at the monthly chart. You've got room 427. You've got room on the weekly chart. Yeah, the same one. So yeah, MTech definitely still has some room. Secures first substantial production order for the Jupiter drone edge AI video system from a new customer in the defense loitering munition sector. God, these, I'm telling you. Now, this is also shortable for me. 92,000 shares available just in case it's going to run out of steam. You know what? When I'm this is highly, highly volatile, but I'm going to keep an eye on this alloy yesterday from yesterday, actually the last 2 days. Um, it looks like this is an IPO back here, but but this was a definitely did a 1 for 20 reverse split. They changed symbols. I'm surprised we have it at 96% but anyway, there's the hive yesterday. Very, very volatile. See, there's another nice post from Grumpy about loitering. Okay, thank you. Gosh, TTD guys, TTD. Boy, this is just such a beaten up stock, guys. I mean, a few weeks ago, this was a $90 stock. Well, a few weeks ago. Okay, this was I mean, less than a year ago. I mean, August of last year, this was a $90 stock, and I think even higher, obviously even higher at one point. And look at the. I mean, look how much this has dropped. I haven't seen Burlington, but I guess this is an earnings play. BURL. I guess this is an earnings play. Burlington. Okay. BURL. That's why I'm not seeing it. Boy, look at the price of this. But guys, I mean, look, I'd be I don't know. There's probably an ETF for this one, but I would be. I mean, look how much it's fading off that VWAP. Did not talk about STEM. Looks ugly on a 2-minute chart. Look at that. Really ugly looking. After the company, actually, it's an earnings play. Okay, well, STEM is an earnings play. Didn't talk about it. Hardly any volume. All right, guys, I'm going to get rid of this. And market is 9:30 open, is about 30 seconds away. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And for most of I don't trade typically in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Rivian is making a move down. Rivian. And we're open. Now, this is going to be if the market continues down, this will be an interesting race to take a look at, okay? Why? Because there's not going to be too many stocks meeting the filter requirements. Well, there's the TTD. Okay, there is the TTD. And it's ripping right off the bat, guys. Ripping right off the bat, TTD. Ampex is an earnings play. Hun is not probably, but so now this RCAT is in my opinion, a very, very difficult intraday trader. But it is moving again, drone play. It's a difficult intraday trader. Bitcoin a little bit softer today, down 400 from it's at 72.6 now, 1,000. Just give me a moment, please. Rigatoni, RGTI, guys. This is it's an earnings play. Okay. Wow. It's an earnings play. Didn't see it. You're talking about the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside, Dylan? So basically, it's just two competing scans, okay? If I broke them out, if I broke both of these scans out, just to very quickly show you. So I could have these as individual alert windows, okay? So in this window, as long as if the price is between 50 cents and $30, etc. Okay, I'm just looking at these filters. Okay, and if a stock makes a new high, we're going to see it in green. It's a real-time alert versus it's a competing. All the filters are the same. Okay, I have up the minimum price, but you just sort of flip it. So in the other one, this just says that the price is down 2%, and the other one, the price had to be up 2%. Okay. And of course, now I'm looking for new lows as opposed to new highs. So it's just taking two competing scans and running them off against each other, if that makes sense. It's just another way I could break these out so you would see two alert windows, but this is just another way to present the data in ticker form. Okay. And then you can see how many are red, how many are green, percentage wise. And it's one of the things I am sharing. Just another way to look at the data. All real time. So stub right there. A new low. You can see what happened. It hit a new low. Ampex is making a new high. Oh, I see, Dylan. I see you actually asked that question in our YouTube room too. Okay. And what you'll see, especially in the afternoon, because there's also a volume component in this. Okay, it's not just a matter of making new highs or new lows. There's also a volume component. So the volume in the last minute had to be at least 300% of normal. Now, and you'll see a lot of interesting ones in the afternoon. A stock that's been kind of resting all day, then all of a sudden has a big spike in volume and a move. Look at Ampex, guys. This is a real mover right now. This is an earnings play, Ampex. So coming into, well, it still has a ways to go, about 50 cents, 40 cents to that next high. That is on the daily chart. Now this one's from yesterday. Dawn was a big mover from yesterday. Look at that move, and it actually closed well. I mean, it came from 10, got up to 13, and closed here at 12.90. So it closed very. When I say closing well, closing near the high of the day. And I think it must have had some. Oh, that was that. Yeah, this was a rumor about a takeover, speculation. That was the idea yesterday. Why it was moving so much. So it's just a rumor. Aha. So the market's actually had a little bit of a pop here, guys. Opening a 5-minute bar is positive. Here's another one. I had a price alert. I can't remember when I put it. Probably should put the time here. Time of the alert. Take a look at IDYA. So I was looking at a potential short, I suppose. But no volume, no volume. So forget about it. Gemmy was a big one yesterday, guys. It's active again today. GEMI, big one yesterday. Another one. I always like to see when you see a stock that closes near the high. You can be well. I'd be watching these to see if there's continuation. A stock that closes near the high of the day before, and if it starts off strong, it because you don't have to worry. Imagine if the stock closed halfway. There's another one I put a price alert on was the CLAR. Yeah, so so it's taken out yesterday's high. The next high is 1450. A little bit of room. I took a loss on this one, I think, yesterday, or I think I tried to short that one. But why I like to see stocks that close near the high of the day, because if you look at it, if the stock closed halfway, say halfway in that daily candle of yesterday, then it's got and it starts to move. Then it might fight to take out the high of yesterday. Or if it's almost near the high of yesterday already, you don't have to worry about that. That's how I look at it anyway. SOC on the move. Now I had a pop in the pre-market all the way up to 1276. It pulled all the way back down to 1070 for a $2 pop or $2 drop. But on the move. MTech right now is a no bueno. Alto is a cheap earnings play, guys. ALTO is a cheap earnings play, but again, look at this: up to 403, down to 3. I mean, these are Want to know why I don't like to trade in the pre-market? Imagine if you said, you know what, I like this one. It's moving. Right off the bat, earnings play, everything looks good, and gets up to 405, and in a heartbeat, it's down to 3. Morning, Mr. Singh. All right. Well, let's take a look at some of these. Now the market is starting to recover here after that fairly steady. Well, not fairly. It was a steady downturn in the pre-market. But the market opened, little pop through the VWAP. We're at the VWAP area right now. Okay, right now at the VWAP. Will it hold? Will the VWAP act as resistance or support? And that VWAP is right there, that purple line, mauve line on the chart. Remember GitLab from yesterday, GTLB. Oh, look at this. This was an earnings play yesterday. Actually got hit down, but look at this. So it recovered all day and closed at the high. So even though it did close down for the day yesterday, but it closed at the high of the day. Very, very bullish. And nice continuation so far. And FIG, let's see what FIG is doing. See, as opposed to, look at FIG. I mean, FIG closed at the low of the day. Silver, guys. AG on the move down. Okay, so I'm just going to take a quick look. Silver is, silver is weakening. I don't know if AG has specific news. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think AG has any specific news to it. So this is weakening. There's the low of yesterday. It's right at the low of yesterday. Well, if it takes that low out, guys, if AG takes that low of yesterday out, look left. I mean, it's got a ton of room, 2465, ton of room underneath. Again, keep an eye on the SPY. Okay, the SPY is still struggling at the, trying to determine what real direction. Looking at the VWAP, it's still around the VWAP area. Are you kidding me? Even Jemmy has a two-timer? Okay. Thank you, Obi. So what Obi said is Jemmy has a two-timer. So if you thought Jemmy was going to continue, and that is Gem G. What's the volume like, though? Let's take a look at Gem G. Yeah, not a ton of volume yet, but that's it. Cheaper than the stock. But remember, if GEMI starts moving down like a point, this will move down 2 points. Well, 2%. Later on, if I'm going to put a little now that is I've got Gemmy up, I'm going to ask Gemini later on about these two timers, and because it's almost as if a stock doesn't have a two time, then why don't they? Blue Owl, guys, OBDC. It reminds me in the old days when a stock, in the infancy of the internet, when stocks were starting to get websites. And if you didn't have a website, like what was wrong with you? But I mean, come on, Pepe, you got to help me on this one. How come this gets jumbled? It's weird. It's the only one. Well, only one. I don't have that other one up, but the other one never used to, and it was way more active. Maybe that's the reason when they're not 10, when they're not. But it just seems to be hit or miss. That doesn't matter. Okay, guys, here's a Sentinel One S. I love that. I mean, I'm really, while it's fabulous to get into some of these low floaters. I think I said this yesterday. I'm definitely gravitating more and more to the large cap stocks. Aha. Now TTD now is starting to hit the high here, 32.90, starting to fall somewhat. Help is still weak. You know, their drug results were not good. However, if I look left on this, I mean, there looks like there could be some support around the 570 level. Okay, it is showing up in Williams scan, but TTD is really starting to fall now, picking up steam on the way down through the VWAP. American Eagle, is this a earnings play? Yes, American Eagle is an earnings play. Okay, now this is interesting to me. This is an earnings play. Next low looking left on the monthly chart, way down here on the weekly chart. It's broken through that. Next low is 1855. All right, guys. AEO is definitely interesting to me on a potential short. Now, it's in a little bit extended right now, but if it holds this level, you know, it's had a nice recovery. Is StubHub, guys? Has moved from 8 to 905, low of 8 to about 905. Now, with the market moving down, also this could help. Could help a stock like AEO continue down. It's an earnings play. Well, there's the SOC, guys. SOC is on a mission right now. There's 1329 is the next high looking left. Oh, you're welcome. KRMHLP LMJSUG-P4W. That's in our YouTube room. Look at StubHub, guys. What a recovery. StubHub, I mean, it's still down for the day, but it is recovering in a big way. I mean, it's the low, and what time was that? That was the 9:30 low, $8. Look at the bounce. Yeah, it doesn't look like American Eagle is going to. I'm. It's an earnings play. It's weak, but is sort of popping. Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe. Yeah, the dip buys are. Boy, this was a big one yesterday, guys. Let's take a look at VW. Okay, this was a big one yesterday. Look what it did. 9:30 closed at 1190. See how it closed near the high of the day, and continuation for the Borg, Babcock and Wilcox. So there's a BW. All right, guys, keep an eye on the PDYN. The PDY, now the only problem is the next high looking left is 954 or so. What did it get to today? It got up to 939. So that next high could be stalling it. This is an earnings play. But it is through the VWAP. ALK is on the move down, guys. ALK, this is on the move down. It is not an earnings play. ALK, not an earnings play. On the weekly chart, now it's right at that weekly low. So could that hold it? 46.38, 46.38. So it's a little bit below that, actually. So underneath now, 41. So there is a ton of room underneath on the weekly chart for ALK if it wants to keep moving down. SPY is still trying to make up its mind what it wants to do at the VWAP. Okay, it's a little bit above the VWAP still. That mauve line. VW guys on the move still. On the move still. Shoot, on your scan one, I picked the wrong one to really focus on. That was the AEO. ALK and now CBRL. This is Cracker Barrel, right? CBRL. I don't think it's an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Cracker Barrel is actually an earnings play. CBRL, earnings play. Boy, look at this weekly chart. I mean, there's just might be tough to get through all that. Sorry, guys. I have no idea why these get all so jumbled. I could stop it and unjumble it, but the problem is, oh, Alto, guys. Alto from our AI is an earnings play, I think. Is that one of those cheap earnings plays? Yes, it is. All right. Actually, the halts resumes has been very quiet today. Only a couple. So we had the pack. We had Stack now. Stack was halted, resumed, still under $1. We went from about 3 days ago. Came from 40 cents out of over $1. Yeah, the SPY is still hanging around the VWAP right here. That purple line, that's the VWAP still hanging around. Trying to figure out the direction. Is it going to the VWAP going to act as support and start to move higher, or is it going to act as resistance and start moving lower? All right, guys. BW is very interesting to me anyway. It backed off the whole number. It's through the whole number again. Spread is 0307, so that's pretty good. What I'm talking about here. Blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Blue window. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. I use this all day long, of course, to check the spread, how rapidly a stock is trading. Here's my head hitting my desk, guys. PDYN, that was a beautiful one from the scan, William Scan, and it's an earnings play. And I just waited too long. I watched this thing as it pulled back, and then it's just gone without me now, unfortunately. PDYN. You know, TTD continues to move down. Let's see where I mean, it's underneath the VWAP now. I mean, it's really selling off. A little surprising, I guess. I had some news about OpenAI, but more importantly, I think the CEO bought 6 million shares, 6 million shares, not dollars worth, but it is really fading here now, really fading. You know what? Well, here, okay. First of all, okay. So that is for sure. Okay, the CEO did buy 6.4 million shares. This is a little more nebulous, you know, where it says reports suggesting that OpenAI held talks with the company. Okay, suggesting. It's funny. I saw a whole bunch of ads last night. I don't know what the heck I was watching, but or maybe the day before for the trade desk. Why didn't I fast forward? I was watching something on Tubi, and so and I had a whole series of ads about all the things they do. It's not. Okay, now here is the GXAI. I know a lot of people were watching this one. It is pulled back and it's now sort of right at the VWAP area. Low float, 102 million have traded. And I think now I can finally see the whole headline, detachable drone hijacker. Okay, so that was the news. So it's a drone play. Whoa, and look at that pop. And why I was looking at it. So if you have the AI, guys, if you have our AI, if you don't know what I'm talking about, please let me know and I'll show you. You had a reentry price at 217, okay? Well, look at this, Tango. Look at Tango. It's not an earnings play, TNGO. Now, it's above that high, 1360, so it's right at that high. Will that high stall? Look at the weekly chart. Boy, I mean, this is a lot of potential resistance where it is. Look at the weekly chart on TNGX. A lot of shares available for me to short if I wanted to, if this really stalls it. This is, well, okay, well, this is actually an earnings play. We don't have earnings until March 30th. So I don't know if this is, and this is not, no, this is a full blown earnings play. Okay, this is not sort of an advance. So this is a full blown earnings play. I don't know why our provider had it at March 30th. Boy, I mean, this is just this is a real breakout here, guys. I mean, if there's all the monthly high, the weekly highs, just a little bit above it. It's up how much? 10%. You know, it's a big float, 132 million in the float. We're talking about the TNGX. So will all these little highs, will that really stall it? Well, even we're never out of earnings season anymore. Okay, maybe we don't have all the big guys, but we have just tons of other stocks releasing earnings basically now all year long. So here's Webull. Certainly a known stock. Webull is an earnings play. Got up to 645 yesterday. And for those of you who are new, perhaps what is an earnings play? So Webull, for instance, released earnings after hours yesterday. So any stock that released earnings after hours yesterday, after 4 o'clock Eastern time, or today in the pre-market, that's what I consider an earnings play. Typically, those stocks will be very active all day long, just because stocks release earnings every 3 months. And so a stock that kind of lies dormant, not that Webull lies dormant, but a lot of stocks kind of lie dormant for 3 months, and then they have an earnings release, and they're up or down. They can be very active for a couple of days, certainly the day of. All right, guys, I think we have direction now, I think we're starting to get direction. SPY is now basically almost flat. We're starting to get direction here. There's that VWAP. Looks like it held. So bounce plays, yes, bounce plays should be definitely on watch now. Especially if a stock moved down for no reason other than maybe the market was moving down earlier. In other words, it wasn't an earnings play, didn't have specific news. It was just moving down with the market. Even this one's having a little bit of a bounce, but so actually I was wrong. I mean, Crocker, I thought this was negative, but actually it's a positive earnings play, and it's still up 4%. It was just fading off that VWAP. So it is still up for the day, but it is still looking like it wants to fade, even though the market is lifting right now. And that is CBRL. Guys, it is now 10 o'clock, a little after 10 o'clock. So you know what that means. How old are some of you in this room? Is it howdy doody time? Look it up. Okay, guys. So here is. So here's my homepage. Here's my homepage, guys. Okay. So clicking on my homepage link. Okay, here's my homepage. So if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's how you can do it. You can get 15% off the first month only. Please listen, the first month only, or the entire year. And it doesn't matter what plan you pick, either our standard or our premium service. Just give me a moment. So I only have one ask, okay? If you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Why? Really helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room, and I also and the main room. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now and wondering what I'm talking about, you may not even be aware of it. There is another room called the trading room. It is free also, but it's a lot more active. Way more traders are in this room. A lot more interaction amongst traders. Plus, and here are some of the bonuses. This is opened at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, Obi, thank you. A little applause for Obi. Opens the room at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't do that. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. So again, Obi opens it up at 6:45. So if you're looking for a room that's open in the pre-market, there are plenty of traders in the room. You can come into this room. It's free. The other bonus is that I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. But William, thank you, William, in the trading room, usually keeps the room open. Most of the time, he's been keeping it open till at least 3:45. It really depends on how many earnings plays there are after hours. But so this room on most days is open from 6:45 to 3:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for a more active room and you're sitting in YouTube, not realizing that there was this room, you can do it. You can come over here. It's free. And William just noted that he will keep it open to 3:45. Okay, so that's number one. Number two. Oh, before I go on to number two, if you keep scrolling down from my homepage, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay, you'll get an email, and the email will outline a suggested entry and a suggested stop. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is completely up to you. They were designed for longer term holds. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Could be in either of those two folders. Okay. Next, if you're looking for, if you've taken out a subscription or you're wondering about this program, is this a good fit for you? Click on the education section. Scroll down. So if you've taken out a subscription, mandatory you do this first, okay? This is it's getting started with trade ideas, 12 short videos to get you started, covering most of the key elements of the program. Like any other software program, there is a bit of a learning curve, and we tried to make it simple though with these videos. If you don't have the program, you're wondering about it, start off with that second video and go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd want to try us for at least a month. A monthly subscription is just month to month. You can cancel at any time. Okay. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Back to basics, a free series of videos. There are 15 of them. If you're new to trading, they're all free. Free, free, free. Okay, PJ, like that? Free, free, free. Last, if you're looking for some of the information that I'm this is a race, this is the compare count window and other things that I'm currently sharing. You've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. So this is the large cap gainers is right here. This is the movers upside versus downside movers right here. This is basically taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. So if you see anything in green, means it's made a new high for the day, and red made a new low for the day. I do have another race that I'm sharing. I don't have it up and running. Okay. But you can load that race. This race is a lot more volatile. You'll see some bigger moves percentage-wise, but with big moves percentage-wise, it introduces a lot of volatility. So you just have to be a little more careful. Not saying you don't have to be careful on this, but you can see like 0.47%. In the other race, you could see stocks have 5-10% within the race. I'll go over the race, maybe only if I get a question about it. Pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. This basically looks at the top 15 that are up. Top 15 meaning the biggest percentage moves from yesterday's close versus the big on the way up or on the way down, the top 15. Okay. And here's the Halts resumes. Not very active. This is usually full by now. And here's some other scans that I'm currently sharing. I do not have them up. There's a momentum scan, a gap scan, and the Pepe combo scan. Okay, I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. So if you have questions, this is both these rooms, they're both trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So you can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. If you have a question about your account, that is something I cannot answer, but I can direct you to people who can, okay? Link, Dylan? You mean my homepage link? Right here, okay? Remember I was just, well, you don't need the link to the other room, okay? You were already there. You were there before. The other, you don't want to, well, unless you want to be in YouTube, but you were there before, so you must know how to get to it. There's no point in being in both, okay? If you want the more active room, I mean, they're both the same format. What other guys? Well, you're in it. You're in it. This is you're in this room, okay? You're already in when I say the other guys, I mean, it's a lot more active. You're already in it. YouTube is fine, if you just want to hear me and listen and see my screen, you don't care about interacting with other traders, YouTube is fine. But if you're more interested in you don't even have to interact, but just see what other traders are posting, okay? Uh, One day I'm just going to completely ignore you guys and just trade for the first hour on my own. Completely missed this. Talked about the TNGX. Give me one moment, please. All right, guys. So yeah, so the market was lifting, 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 and then all of a sudden a little bit of selling came in. But you know what? I mean, we're still just right at that VWAP level. Okay, we're still direction is still kind of unknown. Really. I mean, though this pop here certainly was sold off, but we're still hanging around the VWAP level. All right, now, next thing I want to do is go over the major sectors, okay? And this is, I know I repeat myself every day, but I never know how many new people we have. So if you click on new from the toolbar and click on docked channel bar, not channel bar, but docked channel bar. And these are all theme-based channels. And I'm going to click on the show more, and I'm going to go click on the sector status. So you're going to see some of the major sectors in here. So in this top list window up here, these are the sectors that we're tracking. Not every single sector, but we have a lot of them. I think we have I don't even know how many, but this is the list of the sectors. What that 78% means in red, that means that 78% of the ones that make up this list are down from yesterday's close, 21% are up. So XLK, nice to see. Technology, modestly up. XLE, SMH, semis, and communication. So, you know, the and energy, XLE. So the tech is sort of up, and energy. What's down? Scroll down to the bottom. So this NLR, this is a relatively new ETF designed to look at uranium and the nuclear stocks, the SMR stocks. I know SMR is a symbol on its own, but the SMR sector. So this is down. Okay. So if I looked at SMR, pretty sure SMR is going to be down as an example. Okay. Yes, it is. So okay, hello, those stocks, and uranium though, also uranium stock. So that's what's in this sector. So, at a glance, you can see what the strong sector is and what the weak sector is. So let's just say, for instance, today you thought, you know what, I might want to try one of the nuclear stocks, the OKLO. Well, you'd be going against the sector. If you for some reason that you thought, you know what, I like it, I'm going to trade it, but you'd be going against the sector. So unless OKLO, I'm just using that as an example, had some specific news on its own, you'd be going against the sector. So why would you do that? You'd be going against the trend of the sector. All right. But if you said, you know what, technology, I mean, it's not up a huge amount, but at least it's positive. Okay. So if you thought, I might want to play a tech stock today, at least it's positive. Well, that's number one. Now, we don't have every one of these sectors here. Okay. But we have the top, well, we have the main ETFs. 11 of them, okay, main sectors. So for instance, you look at XLI Industrials, 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are down for the day. However, 10% are up. So Equifax, for whatever reason, maybe it's an earnings play, maybe it has some news on its own. For whatever reason, EFX is up today. Let's scroll down to the bottom here. What's the worst one? VRSK, down. Is it an earnings play? Now, I just always check to see if there's some specific news on it. But VRSK, down. You know, it's the worst performing one in this sector. Let's take a look at another sector, utilities, which is usually pretty strong when the market, when there's uncertainty, but 93% are down. There's only one utility play up today, CEG. But let's go down. What's the worst one? EIX, the worst one, down 3.5%. So, here is DoorDash. I wonder if this is DoorDash. For it to be at 5.2%, probably interesting. It is not an earnings play. I would have thought, but there's some reason that DoorDash is up today. It's up a lot. Where its overall sector, most of the ones are down today. So can you kind of see that this is something? Look at well, there's Victoria's Secret, William. So Victoria's Secret is still plunging here. Here's ANF. It's an earnings play, not an earnings play. There was an earnings play yesterday, March 4th yesterday. So you can kind of see that some of you, this might be a light bulb going off and say, you know what? This is how I'm going to use trade ideas. I'm just going to look at the sectors. I'm going to find out the top one in the sector, the worst one in the sector, and maybe figure out maybe a way to trade them. Maybe take two of the sectors, pick a couple of sectors, because you don't have to stare at this all day long. Maybe take a couple of the sectors and just follow them all day long. And here's how you can actually pop one of these out, or two of them out if you wanted to. This is what I've done with the sectors. Okay, this sector list, I have popped it out so I don't have to be in this channel in order to see this. And how to do that. So if I go to this one, the sectors, and I right click, notice it says duplicate into free-floating window. So that's what it should say. Sometimes it might just say duplicate, okay? But both of them would do the same thing. So when you click on that, what'll happen is it'll pop up. It'll pop up on, well, it depends where, how many monitors you've got. But you see now it's free floating. Now you can take this window, and that's what I've done. I've incorporated it as part of my layout so I can keep an eye on the sectors. At a glance, all day long. XLC is the only positive sector, right? No, I'm sorry, just don't have it to the top. Okay. But if I had wanted to, if I said, you know what, today I want to concentrate on the energy plays, pretty bullish on energy today, you can just right click and duplicate into free-floating window, and here they are. Okay. Now you can also take this window then and massage it a bit. For instance, you can always say, okay, but I want to only see stocks that have traded at least a certain amount, certain volume, maybe even relative volume. So you could take it and customize it for the day. Okay. A lot of ways to use trade ideas, and this could be a way in which some of you, that's the only reason you use trade ideas. It's looking at the top stock in the sector and the worst stock in the sector and trying to figure out a way to trade them. Okay. And that's the sector status. I don't have to give this to you. Somebody asked a few days ago, well, can you give this to me? You don't have to. You can just go to the channel bar and you can find it. Doc channel bar and find it. Boy, TTD, okay, are we going to find some support? Are we going to find some support for TTD now? I'm surprised at the swoon it's taken here, at that whole number. It's interesting in this news release, it only talks about the open AI. I mean, I think to me anyway, I mean, I think the fact that the CEO bought 6 million shares, I don't know what price, but that would be, but they're only really talking, I mean, why is it getting a big boost? Because a report, but but TTD is not verifying it, declined to comment anyway. I didn't go into I didn't look at the SEC filings or anything. Anybody know the price that the guy got it at, the average price that he bought 6 billion shares of TTD? See if that maybe form a bit of a base anyway. I mean, yeah, I mean, this reminds me, I didn't do it obviously, but it reminds me of the ZD short of a couple of days ago when it popped a huge amount and then it turned into an all day short. Just, I'll show you what I'm talking about. 2 days ago, I think it was 2 days ago. 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Look at that. Got up to $50, even higher in the pre-market. Closed down here at 41. And unfortunately, I didn't take advantage of the entire move, but it still worked out well for me. And look at TTD. I mean, it's reminding me a little bit. Maybe not going to be quite as dramatic, but the high of the day was up here at 32. Now, can it hold 30? Well, sorry, Ryan, you're still short ZD, really? Yeah, look at this market. I mean, that was it looked like okay, maybe we've defined a direction for a while anyway, and not really, but maybe we're defining a new direction. Yeah, I was wondering about that, Ryan. They sold their, as you call it, their only valuable asset for $1.3 billion, and I was wondering, well, how much? What do they have left? I know, I mean, they indicate they have other things, but obviously that was a pretty valuable asset. Ah, help, help, help. All right, five FIVN. Take a look here, 1885. So that could be a block, and the 19 could be a block. Okay. Yeah, meanwhile, TGD is just. I mean, I saw it on the Williams scan, but I just thought that maybe the news was just too darn good that it would not not just continue down the way it is. I allowed myself to be seduced by the news, guys. Seriously. Again, it'll be too much time on your hands. Yeah, it's very strange. The Halls resumes is usually in the first 5 to 10 minutes. This is usually full. Getting stocks that are just popping up or popping down too quickly. All right. Well, where could TTD find some support? Okay. I mean, this is nowhere, nowhere, not on the chart. I mean, the next low looking left is way down here. So, I mean, there is no support on the chart. Now, maybe those of you who look at fibs and things like that and pivot points, which I don't, maybe there's some area, but man, yeah. So I don't use the money machine at all. Okay, so it is still in its, it's still in simulation mode. 162. Okay, the company is still striving to try to get it so that you guys, if for those who want to pay, can use it live attached to your broker's account. But it is still in. I mean, the theory behind it. I don't use it. I can't use it because you have to pay attention to it all day long. So you have to have trading experience. I don't know what your trading experience is. 162. Because you're rapidly going in and out of trades. Okay, but that's the gist of it. Now, if you want to hang around, well, no, part of premium. I guess you have to have that premium service in order to test it in our simulator. Yeah, it's still in the simulation mode though. Okay, it's not. It is not. You still cannot connect it to your account. It's been in simulation mode for months now. Well, no, you're talking about RAI. It's got nothing to do with this. Okay, when you say small trades, these are designed. Well, not necessarily. I mean, look at Alto. I mean, I don't know when you say small profit. What happens? I mean, just to sort of briefly explain it, you'd have a top list window, and it would take the top three in a top list window that either you've constructed on your own, and immediately take the top three and start to trade them. And then if it hits a certain area that you want to get out, it's going to get out, and then take the next one, and the next one, and the next one. Okay, and Ozzy knows. Ozzy knows a lot about it because he has been, he's been using it. Not live. There is no live trade. When I say live, attached to your broker's account. Okay, so there's no time frame when it's going to go live, but it requires you got to like. There's no just let it run and with no interaction. You have to interact with it all day long. If you're going to hang around for another, I know it's a little bit late, but an hour and a half, Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room. I know he tests it way more than I do. If I wanted to test it, I couldn't do any of this. Okay, I'd have to just when I say test it, and I'm not sure, you know, uh, it's not my cup of tea. How's that? Okay, I'd rather have my own scans and everything like that, and I've just never been a fan of automation. The other thing too, living in Canada, I could probably not ever use it because you need a commission-free broker. If you're going to be out of like many trades all day long, you need a commission-free broker, and there's no commission-free broker in Canada that connects to it. Yes, I've got interactive brokers, but it's not the commission-free version. Even for you guys using IB, it's not the commission-free. So I think with Alpaca and maybe TradeStation and E-Trade, you can use it, but I could never use it. Questrade though it doesn't work with Questrade. I know Questrade is sort of commission free, but it doesn't work with Questrade. When I say work, I'm talking about Brokers Plus. Yeah, it only connects to right now. Interact Brokers Plus only connects to, and you need Brokers Plus in order to use the money machine. Only connects right now to Alpaca, Interactive Brokers, and E-Trade. They're working on getting TradeStation, but Interactive Brokers, the connection to Interactive Brokers, it's not their free version. So if you're going to be in and out of like, well, let me ask Ozzy, how many trades are you taking in the simulator on average every day? Because you're the one who's really been testing the heck out of it. I don't know if you want to call it an algo trader. So, how many trades do you take a day in the simulator, Ozzy? On average. Is that all? Well, okay. The trick is getting 6 or 8, but that's going to be tough, isn't it? So, how many are you taking though right now? But when you're saying 10 good trades a day, but how many trades are you taking? That's my question. You might get 10 good trades a day, but out of how many that are you actually taking? Oh, I see. So you're only taking 10 trades a day. So what you're doing is you're cutting it off. Okay. But it was taking 40 before. Yeah. I mean, it, you've got to have a lot of trading experience. All right, guys. Wow, that was a massive move by SOC. Percentage move, massive percentage move. SOC resistance, well, let's take a look left. The next high looking left is 1331. And what did it get to this morning? It got up to 1311. So that's the next high. So yeah, maybe, but you know what? The wave is still blue. The TI wave is still blue, so it has not turned orange yet. So in other words, the trend is still strong. It has not turned orange yet. For those of you who want to know how to get the TI wave on your charts, just let me know. Okay, it's part of the standard service. I find that it's a great visual aid, helping you keep in a trade a lot longer than probably you ever used to. At least that's how I've been. That is how it has helped me. So here's PDYN, okay? Earnings play, and what is it doing? It is testing the VWAP right now. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, look at PDYN. Right, it's right at that purple line. That's the VWAP. So it's testing it. It's an earnings play, so very positive, 25% up. Let's see if that acts as support. So, if you're a bit of a VWAP player, the VWAP, the number is about 920 or so, 931, we'll call it. So if you took this trade, at 940, you put your stop loss under the VWAP, that could be a way in which you play it. And if it breaks down under the VWAP and hits your stop, you get out of the trade. Meanwhile, TTD, it's still, look at that orange. Now, if you had taken this trade up here, the short up here, by all means, I would have taken some off right here. I would have covered some right here, but not all. When you start to see the bars piercing into the wave, and especially if one of the bars gets above the top of the wave, sure, I would take some off, but I would not have been, if had I been short here, I would not have taken everything off. And then look, I'm not saying all the time that's what's going to happen, but you have the patience, take some off, then you can keep riding that wave down. Yeah, battalion. So BATL. Yeah, wow. Crazy. So they did a financing, right? Didn't they do a financing a couple of days ago, maybe yesterday, or just a little cheap oil play that is, or energy, oil play, energy play that is just, reacting to the energy market. I don't think there's any specific news on it whatsoever. It's just a trading vehicle, or as Pepe would say, vehicle. You don't say that. You don't say that, Pepe. You don't say vehicle. Tell me you don't. Okay. So you were just kidding the other day when you said yes, you do, or maybe I misunderstood. Now this is interesting. This is an earnings play, guys, and it is a short opportunity from the RAI. So let me see this one now. This is LWLG. And there are shares available, 347,000 at Interactive Brokers, so that's not an issue. So might be a little late though. The opportunity the short was at 484. You can see what the AI looked at. It was a weak play that had trying to recover a little bit, and it got. Boy, that's a great look from our AI. I mean, it had the little pop, and then it stopped, and the AI nailed it right there at the high. You can see that little down arrow, and then it got that back down through the VWAP, and now it's a continuation down for a bit. All right, guys, 1040. So things have slowed down a little bit here. I'm not getting too many new alerts coming in. So here's my, oh man, what a miss. ENGX, guys, this is just now, had I known this was an earnings play earlier, I probably would have paid a little more attention to it, but for whatever reason, our provider did not have it as an earnings play. Stiefel with a target of 15. Well, it's almost there. It's working. It's just not Nothing's hitting it, Poe, unless somebody else is saying, I haven't changed any of the filters, so it's just not, nothing is hitting. All right, guys. Well, let's see what's happening with crypto. Crypto's still, well, this is still over 71,000, down 1,600. Take a look at the MTech, guys. MTech, big one in the pre-market, but once the market opened, just faded a little bit before the market opened, started to fade. Yeah, it doesn't look that great. I thought I was hoping maybe it was fading into the VWAP, but it's well below the VWAP now. So I'm not hearing any more new lows for TTD. So maybe, oh, it doesn't look so. I mean, well, but I just had a new high for TNGX. Boy, look at this weekly chart. I mean, it's just broken through on the monthly. You have to go back quite a few months probably to see where the next high is. There's a high right here. No, it's even above that. So you have to go back to September of 2021. So not quite 5 years ago to see the next high. Um, Certainly when we're in, well, let's take a look at the AI today. So there's Alto is an earnings play, LWLG. The reason being is that, the earnings plays are the ones that are, it is all year, it does. Let me start again, Dylan. So the question is, does Holly do about the same year round, or is it more of an earnings season AI? It works all year round, but there's no question that when a company has earnings, that is when you're going to get some dramatic moves up or down. And now it appears that we're in earnings season all year round now. I mean, yes, there is the big earnings season where all the big guys, the Apples, etc. But I'm just looking here at the AI plays today. They all look like they're earnings plays. LXU is not. GXAI is not. ASIX is not. So I mean, there are some that are not earnings plays. This is so these ones are, but the middle sort of there are about four that are not, and five, six or seven that are. But there was a time. This is my earnings plays up. There was a time, and it's not that many months ago, where if I had this up, I might see two. I might just see two. In other words, just two companies meeting my filter requirements, and look at all the earnings plays down. Okay. And now, I mean, where are we now? We're in March. Come on. Yeah, I mean, I always look at Alcoa as being, the start, the big brokers. Let's take a look at Goldman Sachs, see if I can find. No, not yet. So April 13th. Okay. So we're about a month away, a little over about 5 weeks away from when the next big earnings season starts. But earnings season has been relentless. I think what's happened is that instead of getting, in that 1 month period, basically getting all of the earnings plays out of the way, I think now companies are spacing them. But the AI is not designed only to look at earnings plays. But I mean, obviously, a stock that has earnings usually is going to be active one way or the other. Well, okay, guys. I guess maybe the moment of truth now for TNGX. Is it going to be able to get back over 15, or is this the stall? It's a pretty, in my opinion, psychological number to get through. It did get through a little bit, but it is pulling back right now. Spread's not great, 1491, 1505, but is this going to be finally? I'm going to go to a 1 minute chart. I doubt if we're going to see any orange. Yeah, it's still flattening out. So we haven't. The trend is still positive. Well, take a look at the cure here, guys. I mean, this has been a beaten up stock. QURE just beaten up. It's beaten up on earnings. You look at that. I mean, just got beaten up. It had some other news. I think I just got absolutely. I mean, not that long ago. I mean, this not long ago. I mean, we're talking February 25th. February 25th. This was a $25 stock. It got down to $8. So it was already moving down ahead of earnings. I think it had some other news. I can't remember what it was, but trying to have a little bit of a recovery. No, don't go, Monica. Well, as I say, at least come back for the PM. Well, guys, maybe there's our answer. Okay, maybe there's our answer for the TNGX. Okay, it got down below 15, but now it's above it, and it looks like it wants to maybe keep making that move. Okay, I mean it's still super strong. Oh, goodness. Okay, guys, TNGX is still strong. I mean, it's holding over 15. We had to go back to, I think, what, to August or something of 2021. I think that's what I did. So there's really not that much resistance on the chart. And look at that. Look at that. So anybody want me to go over this race here or just the concept of racing? If I don't get any, if I don't get one person saying yes, I'm not going to do it. Because you can just see that TNGX just won the last race, won 6 races. All right, we have one in our YouTube room at 20_53. Okay, I'll go over this race, over the concept of racing. So before I do, though, I'll put my homepage link in. And why am I doing that? Because you click on my homepage link, and whoops, scroll down a little bit to the education section. Okay, click on the more info. And then at the top here, we have our user guide. And everything I'm going to go over, we have a whole section on TI stock racing. Okay. So you want to learn about how you create your own and all the ins and outs about TI stock racing right here. Okay. Because, you know, what I'm going to go over, don't expect anybody to remember it all. So here's your guide to TI stock racing from our user guide. Okay. So here is the concept. So I'm running a 4-minute race. Again, totally customizable. I'm running a 4-minute race. And what does that mean? So when the race starts, I'm 2 minutes in. There is a leader right now. It's up 0.88%. Not a huge move, but again, it's up 0.88% from when the race started. You know what I'm going to do? I will bring back the more exciting race. So you're going to see some bigger moves demonstrated, okay? I already forgot how you do that. So this is a wide open race, okay? And I'm going to show you once this race starts. It takes about 30 seconds to rev up. Think of Le Mans with the cars, you know, they're all firing up, and then the flag comes down and they take off. So that's sort of the same idea. Just let me wait for this race to start. Thoughts about TURB? Just let me see. Just want the, well, there it is. Okay, right at the top here. Okay. So right off the bat, you can see here's XWell. You can see this is up 1.47%. But sometimes you're going to see stocks that are up a lot more, 5%, 10%. Very rarely in this race, you're going to see stocks up over 1%. Okay. And why? And I'll explain why. So let me look at this race. So why are these stocks? What happens is at the end of this race, there'll be a winner, just like over here. Okay, in this race, and I've been running this race since 9:30. So you can see what happens is there is a top 10 list that is automatically built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Why there's not a top 10 list here? Because I just started running this race. This race starts running for me at 9:30. So we're almost an hour and a half into it. Well, this is interesting. I mean, that's a big move. 1.55% in this race. And it just won the last race. But because it's the first time it won, it doesn't take out the last one. You know, there are only if QURE won another race, then it would knock out one of these ones that have only won one race. Hopefully that's making sense. The number beside the race or beside the symbol, that's how many races a stock has won. So here's the BATL, okay, up 3.5%. But what does that actually mean? It means since the race started, it has moved 3.28%. We're 2 minutes into this race. And if it holds on to this position, you know, it'll be the first one to win a race since I started running this race. Now, how to use it? You don't have to wait, number one, for a stock to win a race before you click on it. If you see it at the top here, click on it. See what's happening. Okay. You can just see what's happening to, you know, I know people were watching this earlier, you know, it's obviously well above the VWAP. It looks still very strong. Doesn't mean that just because a stock is winning a race, though, that you're just going to pile into it. You have to have some trading experience. But I will say this, that especially in this race, you can see stocks that have pulled back. You see, this BATL is not the high of the day. It pulled back. And sometimes you'll see a stock that's maybe it's pulling back into an area that you like. maybe into the VWAP, maybe you maybe have a moving average on your chart that it's pulled back into. Here's that ABVE, so you can see it's just like any other race. The race has to be over for a winner to be declared. So BATL is not leading this race now. ABVE is. It's only up 4 cents, but that represents 3%. Okay. So that's the concept of racing. I would click on anything you see in the list. You don't have to wait for it to be at the top, and just see what's happening. Is it setting up? Look at GEMI. Some of you might look at this and go, wow, it's really trying to hold the VWAP. Yes, it dipped down below it, but it got back to it. And maybe now the wave is turning blue. So maybe you take this trade right here, put your stop under the VWAP and see what happens. Okay. That's a way to use it. Any stock you see here. And you can see that ABVE won the first race. Now, let me go back to this race here, okay? Well, first of all, after explaining all that, you should be asking, well, why are these stocks showing up? And the reason they're showing up is because if I right-click in the race itself and open the top list, all races start from a top list window. Notice if I right-click on the top list window, launch real-time stock race. So this is the list of stocks that are in here. Why are they in here? Because they're meeting my filter requirements. If I right-click, configure, summary. So what I want to see are stocks between 1 and 50, 200,000 shares minimum are traded, and they got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements, it'll be in this list. And I'm going to sort on the change from yesterday's close. You can still use a top list like this. If you just want to see, a classic reason for using it or question is, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes, etc. As long as you have a column header in your top list, you can sort on it. So I've sorted on the change from yesterday's close. Now, are there stocks up more than 62%? Sure, but not meeting my filter requirements. You might be looking at penny stocks under $1, for instance. I'm sure you're going to see stocks that are way above 62%. Like if I sort on the change from the opening trade of the day, BATL is up 39% from its opening trade. So that's how, people can still use a top list that way, just, as sort of general information and sort. But what the race does, it doesn't care. It doesn't care. Well, there's TPET right at the top here also, and it's leading a race, but it doesn't care whether a stock is up a lot from yesterday's close. All it cares about is in this list of stocks, what stock is moving the most since the race started. That's all it cares about. So it could be a stock down here, Lucy, haven't seen Lucy for a while. It's up 4.5%. But what if Lucy, for whatever reason, started to move up this list? It's up 5%, 8%, 10%. How would you know that? Well, the race will tell you that. Okay, the race doesn't care where it is, where stock is in this list of stocks. It doesn't care. All it cares about is what's moving the most percentage-wise since the race started. Okay, so a lot of people say, well, I don't want to see a stock that's already up a lot. I want to see a stock that is, maybe starting out. Well, that's how a race can work. Meanwhile, look at the GXAI, guys. Just pop to the top here. Interesting. Let's see if it keeps moving. But so that's how the race works. Now, hopefully now it's starting to make sense that you can create your own top list window with your own set of filters, whatever you want to follow. This is pretty basic, but you might, if you have any trading experience, maybe you want to add some filters that you like. Okay, and run the race based on that. You can run a race based on your own, like a watch list or a symbol list that you create. Maybe you've got 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow every single day. You can create what we call a symbol list and attach it to the top list window and then run the race based on those symbols. Maybe it's a different 20 or 30 every day. Maybe you do some evening work after the market closes and you say, you know what, I want to watch these stocks tomorrow. And so you create that list and attach it to the top list and run the race based on those stocks. All sorts of ways to use the stock racing. So that's this race. Now I'm going to go back to this race right here. Now I'm going to open the top list. Look how small it is. Okay. Why? Now, this is not a static list. Neither is the other one a static list. And what I mean by that, you could have different symbols coming in all day long based on whether they're continuing or not continuing to meet the filter requirements. So right now, these are the only symbols that are meeting the filter requirements. And what are those? If I right click, configure, this is what I'm looking for. Stocks between $10 and $70. And again, if you're saying, well, I don't like that price range, change it. Okay. This is what I like. 200,000 shares minimum, up at least 2%. Now, this is why you're not getting as many stocks as this list. Three main reasons. There's one main reason and two other reasons. I have a float minimum of 50 million. This one is just wide open. I have a market cap, to move down here, of $500 million. This is wide open. But probably the main reason is this. The position in the day's range. That number 95, what does that mean? If I put 100 in here, that would mean the stock would have to be right at the high of the day. So at 95, that means it's very close to the high of the day. So what I'm looking for are strong stocks, stocks that are strong and still, trending higher near the high of the day. On a day where the market's down, you can appreciate, you're not going to get usually a full list. If the market was ripping, this list would probably be a lot bigger. But notice how stocks are coming in and out of this list. It's not a static list. And again, why could that happen? Well, up at least 2% so maybe a stock is up, 2.1% right now, and then it drops down below 2%. So it'll drop from the list. Maybe it's not at that 95%. Maybe it's only at 90%. Okay. So that's why maybe the stock is at, $10.05 and then it drops down below 10. So that's why stocks can come in and out of this list all day long. So that is the concept of the racing. And while this race will give you stocks that are moving a big percentage, this race, in my opinion, if you're starting out trading, is probably a better race to look at because it's just not as volatile. Doesn't mean you're not going to get nice moves, but it's just not as volatile. So if you have any questions about it, now I'll just show you how you can, first of all, how you can quickly, I'm going to duplicate this race. So if you took my race, okay, I'm going to duplicate the race because I don't want to overwrite anything. I don't want the race to start or stop. So if you took my race and you don't want to, start developing a race from scratch, you like this race, but maybe there's things you want to change about it. Well, you click on the gear and here's some quick edits. Maybe you don't like my price range. Maybe you want a different minimum volume, and you can make the quick changes here, or you click on advanced. Now you're going to see all the filters that are in that race. Here are all the filters that are in the race. So you can make some adjustments, to the numbers here, and you could maybe maybe you don't care about one of the filters I've got, or maybe you want to add filters of your own, and you would do that, and then you run the race based on that. So you don't, this is almost like a boilerplate template that you could use and then adjust it to your style of trading. Okay. Now, the other thing you can do when the race is running, you see there's a box right here. Just give me one moment, please. All right, guys. So now when the race is running, and maybe you want to make some other adjustments, okay, that are not filter related. So if you click on the box, remember all of this is in the guide. So you click on the box, and that stops the race. And then now, if you right click in the body of this, no, the race is stopped, and at the very top, show the race setup. So here is how you can adjust how long you want your race to run. I'm running a 4-minute race. You can run whatever time period you want. Okay. And why four? I decided on four 2 years ago, whenever we started the concept of racing, and I just stuck with it. Okay. There's no magic about it, but what you can run whatever time period you want. And here are the other two options that you might want to take a look at. I have checked auto start at time and 9:30. I want my race to start running at 9:30, sort of the 9:30 open. You don't have to do that. If you want your race to start running in the pre-market, for instance, as long as you load trade ideas, load it before the market opens, the 9:30 open, you can check auto start on load. And then when you load trade ideas, the race will start running. Okay. So auto start on load though really means whenever you load trade ideas. I mean, it could be after 9:30, it could be whatever time you want. But if you want to see the race running in the pre-market and you load trade ideas before the market before the 9:30 open, just check on auto start on load, and then that's what I've decided I want to start my races at 9:30. You don't have to do that though. So here's quick ways in which you can make adjustments. All right, guys, where are we now? So somebody asked, sorry about that. Somebody asked about the TURB. So what I'm seeing right now is, can it hold the VWAP? Okay, can it hold the VWAP? Will that act as support? I mean, the trend is obviously, it's been choppy though. I mean, I look at that and I sort of run from it. It's been very choppy. Look at the wave. I mean, it's not so much that the wave is. You see how many times these bars are piercing underneath or piercing on top. To me, it's just a little too choppy for me. Okay. Now, later on, it could turn around and be a little smoother. But right now, the big test is, can it hold the VWAP? Now, you made the right move, AJ. I mean, that would have been pretty tough to hold on here. Okay. I think you made the, yes, but you never know. Maybe this is starting another leg down. Okay. I mean, look, the big move is, you would think it's over on the way down. When I say the big move, I mean, you're talking about a big percentage move from here to here, but you never know. Maybe this is just the start of another leg down. But there's no question. Had I been in this short, I would have taken some off here on that little pop up, kept riding, riding, riding. But absolutely, you start to see this, I'm out. But, you never know. This could start another leg down. So that you cannot beat yourself up for that. You can, but I won't let you. So yeah, I mean, if I had been in this one, there's no question in my mind that at on that action right there, I would have been out of everything, no question. Instead of just taking a partial cover, thinking that okay, that news is now is going to really pop it up. And remember, guys, I mean, the wave it's a visual, okay? It's not the be all and the end all, okay? But it is a nice visual aid. That's how I use it. It's not a matter for me seeing a sell flag or a buy flag. It's a matter of when I click on an alert and it happens to be trending the way I want, and then I just am able to hold on to the trade a lot longer. You're talking about here. The only way you can tell for sure, AJ, is to do you have an alert window that you're using the block trade, or you're probably seeing it floating by, right? You're probably seeing it floating by. Is that yeah? You can't tell. You'd have to have an alert window up and running, and then in the description, it'll tell you whether it's at the buy or the sell. So you can't tell here. Okay. Now, if the stock is moving down, you would think maybe, but you can't tell though. So if you added, if you added, let me, I'll show you what I'm talking about. See if I get one. Well, I might even have a block trade. Do I act on the buy flags? Only it's not that I have to see them, but so Brian asked, do I act on the buy flags or act on the sell flags? If I click on a symbol and it's setting up the way I want to, never mind the buy or the sell flag, and it's setting up the way I want to, and also I see a buy flag, sure, it's more of a confirmation, if that makes sense. It's not just seeing a buy flag, therefore take the trade. Let me see if I still have a. I don't have it anymore. Yeah, you'd have to have an alert window, and the block trade would have to be your trigger, okay? And then you'd have to have in the column or a description, a column, and it will tell you whether it's at the buy or the sell. But you cannot tell here. So I didn't ask the question. How many of you asked Dan the question yesterday when he was in his did his 12 to 1 stint in his YouTube stream? Dan, when are we going to get a buy or sell flag alert with our own scans? How many asked the question? And what did he say? Eventually, you might just wear him down. All right, guys. Okay, let's take a look at the TNGX again here. Okay, so it's still holding over 15. Um, Basing, you can kind of see that on the 2 minute. You can see how it's kind of consolidating now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a price alert, say around the 15-20 mark, and see if it gets back up there, and maybe it has another little charge on the way up. So LXU is not an earnings play. Okay, LXU is not an earnings play. William is talking about the AER is down nearly give me a moment. Have I missed it? Okay, let me see the AER, what William is talking about, the potential bounce play. So this is why it's not showing up for me. I don't have any scans that's showing up anything over $100. But yeah, so what William is talking about is that it's very extended on its average true range. Today's range is 2.4, 240%. So what we have, William, it's down 2.4. No. At the moment, though, at its extreme, it was down 2.4. So it is now, not down as much. So this is what we're talking about. So today's range is 8.27, and its average is usually 3.44. So if you divide 3.44 into 8.27, you're going to get 2.4, 240%. But what William is saying is that maybe it's going to start to bounce from here. So William, what is your magic ATR? Things that are down 2 tend to bounce? Is that what you're looking at? Okay. JetBlue. Let's see JetBlue. JetBlue, of course, the airline should be JetBlue. Penny stock. I mean, this JetBlue going nowhere. They're trying to help here. Launches new nonstop flights to from Fort Walton Beach. I guess that's in New York and Boston. Fort Walton Beach. Introductory fares, $69 one way. Yeah, I'm sure Jets is down too. Yeah, the ETF, just because, let's face it, I don't know what oil is doing now. But yeah, I mean, so actually JetBlue is down about the same percent. Family room, William. Good one though. Yeah. Oh yeah, I know. You guys make me laugh. All the things I'm collecting them all for my book. When I finally leave, and I can, I'll keep it all anonymous. Yeah. So here's AESI, guys. So this is kind of interesting. It's just over the whole number. What will my pen naming be? Maybe PJ is a star. That sounds pretty good. PJ is a star. $11.03. Okay, this could now the VWAP. I'm sorry, that's not the VWAP. That's the 200 moving area. That's far enough away, actually. The only thing is that, when I look at the time and sales, the time and sales shows how rapidly a stock is trading. It's just not that active. Now, I don't look at the, if I were somebody looking at the size here, look at that size. I mean, 170,000, 200,000 at the bid, only 1,300 on the ask. But well, maybe in that case, it made sense to look at the level two. I just find that too many games are played, though. I mean, look. I mean, look at that. I mean, now it's. I mean, are you telling me there's really 200 for real? 241,000 or 2.4 million or whatever that number is now. I don't even know how to read that. Oh, Faith, that means you must have gone long. Not at the beginning. Well, if you did, though, you would have had to stop. Eh? Tell me you had to stop, Faith. You can and be honest. And there's a great example, though. You read the news on TTT today. I mean, it's still up 16%. You would have thought, though, that news would have, not had this happen. So you did go long, and you just thought, okay, it's going to come back because of the news, etc. Is that what happened to you? Well, this VG guy, so this had a great earnings release, okay, a great reaction to earnings, and it's still, it got as high as 1346 a couple of days ago. This could be interesting. Great spread, only a penny. Nice to see that. Over a little buy flag there, and over the VWAP, a little volume coming in. Look at the volume coming in. The big float, so it shouldn't be so volatile. Definitely keeping an eye on this one, guys. The VG, like the way it's over 12, over the whole number, has room. Obviously, looking left, still a decent reaction to earnings. Okay, a little pullback into the wave. Let's see if it gets back up to the 1220 mark. And put a price alert around 1222 and see if it gets back up there. Maybe that'll allow it to continue higher. William, we just should have shorted help right at the beginning and just forgot about it. So you were talking about what, 450 or so? Was it cash? $415. Okay, I know I hit the post. Well, guys, here's our little glimpse at the market here. The only two positive sectors, barely, XLE, energy, and tech. And the weak one, still NLR. Wow, it's even picking up steam on the way down. Uranium and nukes picking up steam on the way down, now down 4%. Oh, this is a pretty nice one from our AI guys, LXU. Just looking at this one, LXU, another nice earnings play. And you can see like a stock like this is a beta stock, an alpha stock, sorry, an alpha stock. It's trading on its own. It doesn't care what the market's doing. It's basically trading on its own. It has not succumbed to any of this yet. Okay, guys, VG looking interesting. It's trying to hold that 1220 level. Another new high now. Another new high for TNGX. So this might get it going again, guys. I mean, 1530, 1538 in the bid ask. This might get it going again. Holding this area. Still has room. Okay, guys, there's VG. Very good. I'd be distracted all day long, PJ, talking sports. TNGX, guys, just making another new high. All right, guys, 11:31. I'm going to check. I think Steve Gomez will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. So for anybody who wants a little more in depth about the money machine, Steve knows a lot more than I do, though I don't really think he uses it as. But anyway, you can probably ask him a lot more about information on the money machine. Okay, just going to confirm that it'll be Steve. Ah, jumbled again. Why does this get jumbled? Come on, Pepe, you should know this. Okay, well, okay, that is, let me, let me duplicate this window here. Oops, because I don't wanna overwrite it. Okay, so the first part, okay, first part, alerts 6 up or down 1-minute bars. Okay, so right click. So imagine you have your alert window with your price range and volume and all that. Okay. So now just do a search and type in consecutive. Okay. Type in consecutive and here consecutive candles and that on the 1 minute. Number one. Okay. Now if you want it in the same scan, then you're going to put six. You're going to put six. Come on. You're going to put six here up minimum. Now, and -6 here for the down, okay? That'll mean that the stock has to be at least 6 1-minute candles up or 6 1-minute candles down if you want it combined in the same scan. If you just want to see if you want to have two separate scans showing the ones up, then of course you don't, then you'd have to create two different alerts. Ah, so you know that? Okay. Now, a change of 30 cents. I've never tried this. I've never tried this, okay? But running up now or running down now, okay? I've never used the running up or down, and then you could say minimum of 30 cents here, okay? You would check it and then the running down. So again, if you want it in the same scan, you don't want to separate the ones up versus the ones down, but you could try the running up and it has to be at least 30 cents. And then the running down has to be at least 30 cents, okay? You can try that, see what sort of you just have to make sure you check them. So this would be your real-time alert, and the other ones would be the filters, okay? Ah, got knocked out of the VG. Had a little profit going, and then, it turned on me, so let me see if it comes back a little bit. We'll definitely have a bigger than 15%. So Doug Janes trades in our YouTube room. We'll definitely have a bigger one than 15%. That's sort of the typical. How big it's going to be, I don't know. Might be 20, might be, but it'll be at least 20%. It might be 25%. St. Patrick's Day, was that the 17th? Usually it starts before. Well, guys, let's see. Time is it now? 11:37. Check to see if it is going to be Steve. Yeah. So Steve will take over for me in about 20 minutes from now in our YouTube room as I take my break. Take a look at VG. I just want to see if maybe it gives us another, give me another. Yeah. See, the problem is, it's late. I mean, I have to admit, I didn't like this wave the way it was, but I thought, okay, had a lot of room. My guess, almost 100%. If I look at a 1 minute chart, the wave would have turned orange. Yeah, little orange, you see. Oh, it's driving me crazy. TNGX now, just look at this. I mean, it just took out 16 now. So you can see TNGX here. You can see it here in this race, the larger cap race. It's a big move, 1.3%. As I said before, you rarely don't often get too many over 1% in this race just because of the market cap. Remember, it doesn't mean it's up 1.39% for the day. It's up a lot more, but within the race itself, it was up 1.3%, and it just won another race. I mean, you can see TNGX has just been the star of the day. It's won 10 races. It's very odd that in this particular race, that one stock will win 10 races. I mean, that's why you got to pay attention to it all day long. And look at this; it's winning leading another race. I mean, and we're only less than a minute into it, but still, it's leading another race. Guys, maybe keep an eye on this NAGE. Okay, maybe keep an eye on this one. It's just over 5. It is crawling back. The issue right now would be the 530. Is that is the VWAP. It had a big pop after hours. It's an earnings play. If I go to a 15-minute chart, you'll probably see the pop after hours. Let me back this out. Yeah, you can see. So this light blue area right here, that is the after hours action for this. And you see it got all the way up to 727. Now it's pulled back a lot, but maybe, it'll start to, but here's the problem. I mean, you've got the VWAP right on top of it. So it could easily stall there. Still up it's still up a little bit for the day, but it really popped after hours. The last time I looked at this AESI, it was just it was 1103, 1105 on the bid ask. It's inching its way up, but it's getting kind of close to the VWAP. The VWAP is around, sorry, the 200-day moving average. That's 1143. Now, if I knew it was going to get there, of course, I'd take the trade. But the way I look at things is that as it gets closer, and if traders were in this, they may start offloading before, not waiting to see if it hits it. All right, William. So that ATR of 2, yeah, wow, good for you. I know, good for you. That's a nice bounce now. You waited for the 5.8, or are you obviously not waiting for the VWAP test of the VWAP? Irish stock, not an earnings play. Don't know why it was down so much, but it's not an earnings play. Maybe just down because of the market. Okay, guys, just give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Just give me a moment. Oh, okay, guys, I'm back. And here's the TPAT. VG is frustrating. I thought maybe now it'll take off again, but it just doesn't. It's still holding over 12, guys. So, I mean, I'm still not giving up on it, the VG. Okay, guys, here's one that's just over the whole number, RELX at 3506. So let's see what's happening with it. Again, just kind of too choppy. I'd like to see a more defined trend. I mean, maybe it's starting now. I mean, maybe it'll just keep going blue all the way, but the whole day, or for the rest of the day. The next high though is about $1 away. It looks very choppy on yeah, I tell this is not a US stock with the way it's choppiness on the daily out of the UK. Robert Blake stock, TIGR, guys, TIGR. Wow, this is really not an earnings play. Let's see, looking left, 642. Actually, I'm sorry, I meant William Blake, not Robert Blake. I had my Blakes. My Blake's confused. Okay, what time is it now? 11:48. So, about 10 minutes or so for me, guys. So if you have any, no, I'll be back. But any questions now? Ask before I take my break for about an hour as Steve takes over for me in our YouTube room. Boy, Cure was wow! What a move! What a move! Well, another new high now for PDYN. Wow, look at that. I mean, it's hard to trade though. I mean, look how choppy it's been, but look at the run from 9 up to almost 10. Look at the volume that just came in. This is what I'm talking about, guys. As we get later on in the day, when you get alerts here in this upside versus downside scan, you're going to see some, usually you're going to see some big volume bars, okay? Usually as we get later on in the day that really stand out, that really stand out. And you can see, I mean, that obviously is standing out. Now, this has gone awfully parabolic. So, I mean, some of you might look at this as a potential short. The high, well, the next high looking left, I mean, it still has room, I think. Yeah, just a little bit above that. Well, that's a 15-minute, sorry. Well, the high of the day is up here over 11, around 11. I don't, AJ Burke. I don't use anchored VWAP. Now, you know what? Steve is going to be in a YouTube room in about 9 minutes from now. He may be using it, okay? But I do not use the anchored VWAP. But he knows Brian Shannon very well. They're friends, the guy who developed Alpha Trends. So you might want to ask him, okay? Talking to AJ Burke in our YouTube room. I didn't find it. I even though, and I actually bought the book, nice book, great book to read, but I did not find it helped me because I'm way more of an intraday trader. Okay, I did not find that it really helped me that much intraday trading. I think if you're going to be a more of a swing trader, I think it's more designed for that. Even though they say you can use it for intraday, but you can certainly ask Steve that question because he knows Brian Shannon really well. Okay. Hopefully you heard me, AJ Burke, in our YouTube room. It's about anchored VWAP, Barry. Just look up Brian Shannon. You look up Brian Shannon. He's written some books on anchored VWAPs. And I have to admit, I was kind of excited to use it, and I tried. I just could not figure out a way to really. To me, it just got too confusing for intraday trading. So AJ Burke, did you hear me in our YouTube room? Just so I can move on. Just want to make sure you did hear me. Okay, good. Yeah, just hang on another maybe less than 10 minutes, probably about 7 minutes from now. You can ask Steve that question, and he'll have a way more detailed response. All right, I'm going to check some of the ones that have won races before in this large capper. There's the SOC, choppy, looking for a more defined trend. This one could be really sneaky. Well, maybe not. I was going to say really sneaky good, but it's already starting to drop. I was talking the AESI, sneaky good that is just, up inching its way up penny by penny, but doesn't look like it's going to do that now. How about Fig? What is Fig doing? No, this looks weak now. I mean, again, it was positive for most of the day, but just, fading down. You know what? This was shortable for me just a little while ago, and now it's not shortable for me, the PDYN. I remember I was saying, I'm wondering if it's going to run out of steam. I think, anyway, I think that's the one I was talking about, but there are no shorts available right now at Interactive Brokers. But you can kind of see what happened. I mean, it got so parabolic. Give me one moment. Okay, guys. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put the YouTube link into the main room. So you guys head over and listen to Steve if you want. He'll be there in about 2 or 3 minutes. So give me a moment as I grab the link. So this is the link for the YouTube room. He'll take over for me in a couple of minutes. And I'll put my announcement up here. Okay, now I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. You know, I have to take a closer look at this VG because, and the reason, yeah, no, the relative volume was good. Market is, well, it's trying to recover off the bottom a little bit here, but there's that VWAP, guys. Will it stall it again? You know, will it? I mean, look what happened here. You know, it started moving down, came into the VWAP. VWAP acted as resistance so far, moved down. Will it act as resistance again? Making, you know, the problem is right now, the SPY is making lower highs. And I heard a little pop. I think Steve is in our YouTube room now, guys. So, guys, in the main room, we'll see you in about 1 hour. Okay. So I'm muting myself now in the main room. And now I can welcome Mr. Steve Gomez, I believe, anyway, to our YouTube room today.
Yep, got it. Got
Now,
it all. So I'm just setting up the video. I'm all set.
Okay. You had a question from, I told him to wait for you to show up, from AJ Burke. He asked me, if I use the anchored VWAP indicator? If so, what are the benefits from adding this subscription? I told him that, well, you know Brian Shannon very well, and you might be, you know, I don't use it anymore. I didn't find it very helpful for intraday trading, but I told him that you would expand on it a lot more than I could ever.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
We'll do that.
Okay. So, Steve, we'll see you in about 55 minutes. I know you want to take off for about 5 to the hour. So, see you in about 55 minutes.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, Barry.
Okay. Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. So, first thing that comes to mind is I'm trying to recall. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Thursday. If the Market Explorer window has any anchored VWAP strategies, I think it does, but I don't know if it needs to be used in conjunction with the add-on. So the first thing I would say is, AJ, if you're able to open up, I'll do that again, under Tools, under New, E is for Market Explorer window. And then once you've got this blank, non-intuitive window space here, you right-click into the vast universe of the strategies. And then from there, if you have an AVWAP submenu, if that's active, that's a place you can start. Unless if you don't have that active, then that may be part of the add-on. Let me just try this again. Strategy, anchored VWAP. Okay, so I'm going to do pull back to the daily. What that does is that gives me a list of things that you need the add-on. I knew Pepe was going to chime in on that. So, you know, keep that in the back of your mind as a benefit to the anchored VWAP. So we can add that. And again, this is Brian's co-licensed product with us. So if we go to docked channel bar, that gives us access to the left side here. Show more. And there he is, my skiing partner. So this is active. If you go through the accounts department with us, Trade Ideas, and activate, you can see right there. It's easy as clicking the add-on right here on that splash screen. So two different ways. You know, we've got. Hang on a second. We've got the docked channel bar that I just demonstrated for you, which gives you what? It gives you some different ideas. And these are kind of basically, I think, from the actual window we just looked at. Market Explorer. So these tiles and these windows are derived from that Market Explorer. So again, two different ways to access it. You can go through the dock channel bar, or you can go through the new and get the Market Explorer and then find the anchored VWAPs. Now, it depends on what time frame you're looking for and everything. So we can, year to date, there's nothing in there. So what we can do in this pre-configured layout is, hello, Ozzy. We can go select strategy just like we did from the menu in the Explorer and say, you know, show us anchored VWAPs. Show me something on a smaller time frame. How about a VWAP pinch on a 15-minute? That might be interesting. All right, so if I click that, that's a 15-minute symbol. Let's go to 15-minute chart. And we're going to start to see the pink lines drawn in for us. Hang on 1 second. This is a VWAP pinch 15 minutes. Okay, that's not really what I was expecting. Hang on, let me try another strategy. Let's try a VWAP pullback daily. I'm gonna go back to a daily chart here. Now, I don't use the this component. I kind of use a VWAP on my own, and I'll show you how I do that in a minute. So if we start clicking some symbols here, this is a great example. Okay, this is really what I'm looking for. So I'm going to get rid of that just a little bit. I'm going to zoom out because I want you to see the anchor. And this is the value, I think, is really the question you're asking, AJ. What's the value that you're going to give me? Well, as I said earlier, I draw my own anchored VWAP lines. And so we can do that anywhere with any subscription. But if you want a component that's going to show you ideas that are already kind of worked out in, hang on a second. I lost my place. Doesn't matter. Ideas that are already worked out. For instance, this is the theme of pulling back to an anchor. And in this case, let me bring up my Epic pen, because I want to show you the program through the Market Explorer is building the anchored VWAP for us and then compiling them all together in these. Why can't I get that Epic pen? And compiling them for us. Maybe it's doing that thing again. I'll come back to that. Okay, so first one we pull up, it's already drawn the purple line, and it's giving us a interesting time that it's bouncing right here at or near its support. And this is the kind of stuff that Brian will certainly talk about in his book and in his services, looking for areas of interest, as he calls them. And so this is an area of support that the volume weighted average price is going to try and support. The buyers should step in there. And if they do, the price will confirm that. Let's go down the list. PBYA, not as pretty as the other one. Okay, HBM, big pullback. So again, you know, the theme of today I was going to talk about before the question is you've got to be contrarian in this market right now. This is just a meat grinder of action. Looking over here at the Qs on the daily, it's the old chutes and ladders. Every couple of green days is followed by a rug pull. And today we almost had the rug pull, but we didn't. And more importantly, I'm going to try and get that Epic pen working. Do the trick that Pepe taught me. Go to Task Manager, shut it off, and then load it again. Yeah, see, they got 3 instances of that open and task. All right, now I can get my stupid Windows workarounds. Here it comes. So in the theme of what I was saying is, were we going to get a rug pull today? I don't know. It doesn't seem so in the moment, because the reason I brought my pen into play is because we bounced off of my favorite intraday indicator. Again, this is Brian showing me a 5-day moving average that kind of slides nicely into view here on a 15-minute chart. Could be the same over here, but I can't make sense of that. But here I can make sense of a 5-day moving average. And for those that are new, all you do is you plug in 130 SMA. So 130 15-minute candles will give you a nice smoothed out line in your intraday 15-minute chart that gives you areas of interest. And today you start to see the pullback. Oh shit, are we going to lows? Are we going to get the rug pull? No, the buyers stepped in at the 5 days. So that's momentarily encouraging. All right. So, back to kind of just clean up on my point about why the anchored VWAP add-on might be useful is you don't have to start drawing your own lines in your own charts. And that's how I use anchored VWAP. But the value, again, is in the pre-selected ideas and different timeframes of stocks that are pulling back to, and a perfect example of Elon here. Here's the low. This is why I brought my illustrator out. The low is calculated and anchored off of that low. So if I was coming in here and I was long Elon, I'd be like, oh man, where's the support on this thing? Maybe I should draw one of Brian's AVWAPs. So I would come in and I'd go, where's the most nearest reference point of extreme? High or low would be the low. You'd anchor off that. But here in the module, to answer your question finally, it's drawn for you and you're given a list of ideas. Okay. And from there, that's a good Veil's another good looking one. But from there, like I said, you can go through and select your AVWAPs how you want to. Weekly, 30 minutes, different types of strategies, but get familiar with how he uses it and how he does it. And then back to using the Market Explorer. This is the same engine that we were just looking at. So I could come into here and I could start clicking through, AVWAPs and get them just directly on my printed layout without having to go through that whole doc. This is how I prefer to use it. So obviously I have a permission for it to demonstrate it, but I can get all these different symbols just using a simple little window from the Market Explorer. And that'll activate if you turn on the add-on subscription, he's trying to say. Yes, once again, I've seen your comments, the great testing so far for the money machine and doing tough in the tough market. Obviously, you're using it to a pro user ability, and adapting is the word I'm looking for. You're adapting to the market that we're given. And so again, that takes me back to you've got to be crunch. I just did a 60-second short reel. It'll be out there in a few days about how you cannot chase the opening bar. If you guys have seen anything and you've been trading and the bell rings and you're looking around and you see something that you know and you like and it's a favorite stock of yours and it's green and it's starting to run, I wonder how many of you have bought it and kind of tried to ride the momentum, only to see that momentum literally die in the first 15 minutes and then reverse on you and try and shake you out. That's kind of the way this market's been. So coming back to the NASDAQ and the Qs and using this 130 level, if you're going to buy something, it really needs to be at a pullback to the 130 level. I got stopped out of Lunar this morning because I could tell it was going to pull back to the 130 level and I didn't want any part of it. So I took that loss. And JetBlue has also been extremely ugly. Was really looking forward to holding this yesterday. I bought it yesterday and I had to sell it today. I put a stop in. I also did a video on that. And what the video said was, let's see, it was trading right around there. And I said, as much as I hate this stock right now, I've talked about this with you guys, sometimes I'll just go, oh, get off my screen. And I'll go market sell, give me the cash for tomorrow. I don't even want to think about you. When in reality, and what I did today was I should just put a hard stop in, define my risk, and I put it right here before lows. I thought if it goes to test lows, it's going to test them regardless, and I don't want to be any part of that. So I put a stop in there at 488, and it worked. I'm glad I did, because the reason I do that is sometimes I just get emotional. I punch out of things just to get it off my screen because it's annoying me, and then only to see it bounce by the end of the day. And I think to myself, you had a position in that trade, and you had all day to work out to the end of the day, which is where I usually like to make my decisions on what to keep, what to turn into cash, because trust me, I like to turn into, 10, 15, maybe even 20% of cash for the next day, because I can't stand not having ammunition for new, fresh ideas. And I'm not trading a margin account, I'm trading a cash account, 401k literally. And so I kind of have some restrictions. I can't do much shorting, can't buy levered ETFs. And when I'm out of cash at the end of the day, that's it. And trust me, that actually saves me sometimes from being my own worst enemy. All right. Bounce plays. Yeah, you got to play the bounce plays, Stephen. You're welcome, AJ. Most of my back testing, tweaking, optimum start. Yes. Okay. So great point. Whether you're trading live or even attempting to back test something that you want to take live, I would recommend not starting until at least a half an hour after the open. I've always done that. And in Oz's case, he's doing it 45 minutes after the open. So waiting for the typical noise of the market to work its way through, and then you'll start to see some patterns develop, or maybe some good contrarian entries develop. And it looks like, through the back testing, he's commenting there that you're getting some good results, and that certainly is doing what I'm speaking to, being contrarian. Chasing the first thing you see out of the open is not being contrarian. And but back to me in JetBlue, had no problem putting a stop in 3 cents lower, because I just can't stand it when I punch out in the moment just to clear the screen and clear my head of it, when I can just as well easily put a stop in and let fate take care of it. And that's one of the new things I'm trying to do more of. But boy, JetBlue, I can only think of maybe the geopolitical tensions are hurting the airlines right now. If we look at the Jets ETF, yeah, that would be it, I think. All right, so let's see, I don't know what I told you guys last week, but I'm pretty much kind of drawing a line in the sand in crypto. I had some great prices. I've got Bitcoin by way of 2 proxies, the DJT, which is also a proxy for the energy play now that they merged with TAE, Atomic Energy. So they're going to be a big energy play, and there's a lot of talk about that. And I also think there's a big naked short thing happening over there, kind of like GameStop and some other stocks. And, the Jane Street, and now you've got Citadel kind of coming under some headline fire. Just wouldn't be surprised if we see some sort of crazy headlines on short covering again. Who knows? But there's some Bitcoin exposure there. And then ABTC, I know Andy has some too. And an insider bought just a ton of it at the same price I own it, which is 103. So I'm in the money on this thing, but it's a proxy again of Bitcoin. And then we're talking about XRPI. I bought this, my average price. It was the day I came back from skiing in Tahoe, and I picked up the bounce as I got home from the airport right there. And same thing in HBAR, the ETF proxy for my favorite crypto HBAR. I picked up like a little bit later, maybe that spot. And this one's been holding up okay. So basically what I decided to do is allocate the resources I have in my 401k into ETFs that I already am super bullish on, because I own the tokens, the XRP token, I own the HBAR token, XLM token. I even bought some Doge recently. We can take a look at Doge. It had a really good bounce yesterday. I'm also monitoring this is another indicator I'm closely watching. Oh, they just wiped it clean. How dare they? This is the snow accumulation for where I'm going next week. XRP, if I go to like a daily, actually, no, I was going to go to just like a 4-hour. I was going to show you guys Doge. Doge had a big bounce yesterday. Anyway, point being is I'm allocating funds in my 401k to try and put some more exposure into crypto. Doing it by way of HBR, which is Hedera, and then doing it by way of XRPI, which is the other ETF. There's really only 3 main ETFs. There's IBIT, which I don't own. for Bitcoin. There's XRPI for XRP. And then H bar. So they're just in the same type of sideways sliding pattern, you know, a couple of days up, a few days back. But the fact that I was able to really get a really timely, risky, trust me, it was reversing that day. So I decided to take a chance. I haven't sold those positions. And I'm just thinking, if I can get these things to try and clear this 50-day moving average right here, for example, in H bar, and maybe XRPI looks like a bit more work to be done up there. But if this thing can break out of its, I'll put an alert in there. If it can break out of this range, it's clearly defining itself in. Don't want to see a breakdown, but this is a good use of using those price alerts on things that you want to keep an eye on and turn your back with. So just right smack in the middle of the range there. Go back to H bar. H bar is kind of an ascending. So there's some relative strength there in H bar, which I really like. That 50-day moving average, again, if we can take that out, then I'm just not going to hopefully look back on this entry and just back pocket that thing. And then relatively speaking, I bit. So H bar is really, in terms of the 50-day moving average, that HBR is the closest to testing its 50-day. Interesting. What else do I have that's of interest? Oh, believe it or not, I guess I'm glad I did. Why would I jump back into a stock that I hated last week? Well, I noticed that it gave me 3 days. I bought at the close yesterday. And 3 nice little green candle days above its moving averages. And sometimes I may have gone off on a tangent recently and talked about how changing lanes, you know, when a stock that's been dominated under its daily moving averages, all of a sudden pops up and closes above and then above and then above 3 days in a row. So that's like the magic number, not 2, not 1, but 3. If it can maintain that, you get a sideways and a slope that starts to turn upwards in the 10 and 20. And I call that a bird in the hand setup. And as you can see, it immediately got stymied by the 50-day moving average in blue, to be expected. The sellers jumped in there. The quants basically said, here's a stock that's been down and it's bouncing up and into. But the volume is picking up. Relative volume is strong. Intraday volume, 5-minute, 1-minute volume is still strong. So I couldn't pass it up at the close. I had yesterday I had some money, so I took this one home, even though I said I can't stand it. Why is there somebody at my door? Gosh. I'll be right back. I'm back. No, it's not a maid service. You'd be surprised. It's a long story. What's up, Mike? No, believe it or not, my wife and I clean the house ourselves. It's not much of it. Anyway, I also noticed this morning the sectors that changed from the open. Software services kind of hung in there, but I don't really have any software stocks I trade. What else? I really don't have anything else. It's just the exposure to what I just showed you. And that's it. Probably 40% cash for some ideas tomorrow. Again, I got stopped out of this Lunar. Didn't like the way that thing was not holding up. I got stopped out of JetBlue. Good thing, because it just kept going lower. Oof. ugly. You know, it doesn't do justice to look at the indexes like the SPYs and see this little sideways action for, you know, weeks on end, even months on end here. When you see individual names that were once strong, they're just getting decimated. You know, SMR and Oklo and some of these names that were just once hot, and they're just not anymore. The quantum stocks, they just can't get out of their own way. It's a really interesting phenomena. We all feel it. We all have our favorite stocks, and they just keep getting smashed. And then we look up, and the Nasdaq's, you know, down 0.2 on the day. Big deal. It's a weird shell game going on. Take a look at, yeah, I'd love to look at charts without a doubt. We can look at EIX and see if there's a reasonable spot for a bounce. That's a great question. And so what happened is it had a wonderful run. And then there's a reason I have different names for these stocks. This is the momentum line. And once it closes below the momentum line, which was yesterday, you could make an argument for the day before. It was a pretty big reversal. It tried to hang on, and then a big reversal. And you can almost see in the charts how technically disappointed the market was when it opened. It gapped down and never gave you even an uptick. So it's like everybody in their world, and the quants probably even saw an input in their calculations. If and then stock closes below 10 SMA, get the hell out. And so that's what's happening today. Now, the 20 SMA, I affectionately refer to as the backstop. But will the backstop be able to absorb this massive blow that's coming in? Because again, it's had a pretty darn good run. I don't think I'd be one to want to jump in right here midday, and you're below the intraday momentum line. Same thing, 10 SMA intraday is my momentum. I would wait until you get a confirmation. And then, like Brian says, don't buy the dip. Right here, the way it looks right now, you're buying the dip. You're catching a falling knife. Don't buy the dip, but buy the strength after the dip. And to confirm what that means is wait for the stock to pop up on the intraday 15 and then reclaim that 15-day SMA, that 10 SMA, maybe slide sideways a little bit, and this 10 SMA starts to curl up and then starts to support the price rather than reject the price. That could be an area where you could say, well, if I correspond that over to the daily, then it would start to look like you have a wick on the bottom and you have a bounce attempt at the 20. But until that happens, you just got to keep your eye on that box right there on the 15-minute. If this thing wants to keep going lower, I would just stand aside. And this could be another case in where you could use an anchored VWAP. If we get rid of that and zoom out, I think it's safe to say this is a pretty good low right there. So we can anchor off of this low, click the anchor and set it. And it's way down here in purple. So this thing got death-defyingly high, almost parabolically high. You know, if you really want to buy a bounce today, you have to wait and see if it's, and if it does, that's a good case. It could be just a 1 in and all is well. But if it can't close above the 20-day SMA and it can't get improvement on the 15, I wouldn't try and catch that knife. It might take another day or two to work out. I hate it when, when stocks break like that. It's usually the beginning of something. So you don't want to stand in the way too much. I'm seeing a lot of red coming through here. Seeing spiders on lows. Yep. I think. Not so much for crypto at the moment, but definitely. Okay, so here we are again. What was tested a couple of times and passed, it's being tested again. And if we just start to bleed back down as far as the NASDAQ and tech is concerned, if we take out this, we only got 3 minutes left. If we take out this 5-day moving average and close below, then we might have some additional selling. And it makes perfect sense. Again, when you look at the way the market's been, 2 days up, you don't really have anywhere to go. You slam right into the moving averages. And there it is. There's a purple line in the Qs. That's an anchor from that day right there. That panic low, I've got an anchor drawn in there. And it basically popped right up to it yesterday and today. How about that? That's pretty good calculating. So all that really does prove is Brian's onto something. These algorithms and quants that run our market, they easily can use these data points, 5-day moving averages, anchored VWAPs, daily VWAPs, intraday VWAPs. They can use those data points for their inputs. Okay, yeah. So you were accumulating in the 50s. I like that word, accumulating. So this is the accumulation phase, which is what I kind of feel like crypto's in right now. You can't get out of your own way. It's just a rejection. And then all of a sudden the rejections stop and then it starts to have movement. And I don't blame you for getting out in the 60s. I mean, that was a pretty good run. When you call like a measured move, a measured move from here to there would be something like from here to there. So you look backwards in the potential of the stock's history, and you could add a little bit more slop because it is a breakout. But those last 7 or 8 days, I wouldn't have seen that coming either. And I probably would have been out by then. What I would have been doing probably is I would have been selling a third there, and then maybe another third there, and then I'd probably have panic sold the remainder of it there. So when you're feeling like you left money on the table, that's usually the sign of that those are good problems to have. And even the best traders get mad at themselves for not staying in as long. But sometimes you overstay your welcome, and then you learn real quick why you sell in thirds and get out when you can and pay yourself when you can. Yeah, exactly. That's why I showed you the measured move concept. You can only, when something breaks out, you can only really kind of rely on what has it shown me in the past that it has as a potential move. That amount of space there, that amount of space there, about the same. So you'd expect something like that to peter out about there. And it went double measured move. All right, so here's a big test. We just lost our 15-minute candle, and it's trying to hang on by the skin of its teeth there in the NASDAQ. S&P is well below, so more selling could be coming into flavor here. Chutes and ladders in this crazy market. Things don't last. I'm not interested in putting on risk really at all. But I'm still happy to look at any charts you guys want to. What I'd like to see personally is risk coming out of equities and into crypto. Let's go. Why not? Yeah, decisively lower now. So we gave up a support level on the NASDAQ. So tech stocks are going to be probably selling off now as the quant funds. They all see these, and you get a 0.25% move in the NASDAQ, which you get a negative 2% move in your individual stocks. And it's just, rinse, repeat. That's just the way it's been out there. As far as the one that's doing okay for me, UAVS, who would have thought? That's an okay. I can accept that. Nice push, consolidation, push, consolidation. Maybe what was resistance here at 115? Maybe you can find buyers at 115. And tomorrow, usually the first day, it's not going to find its way. A chart like this one right here is not going to find its way through. It's moved from under $1 up to $1.15, and the 50-day moving average. The name I call that is the bill of health. It's a general bill of health. And it usually doesn't go from unhealthy to healthy in one day. It usually finds resistance over a day or two. So I'm fine with just sitting in it and seeing if it can find its way through. If it can fight its way through and get through, then volume comes in. All of a sudden, you get some short covering. Then you have some clear sailing for a nice trade. But sometimes it requires, a little patience and not getting out until the move happens. And for me, looking at that 50-day moving average, it says to me, don't quit here. It's pushing, and it hit a big line of defense. It's obviously going to find sellers there. So don't get discouraged just because one day it's going to take more than a day to work through it. That's my experience. What do I think of XRP? Well, I am. That's a double-edged question. What do I think of it technically, and what do I think of it fundamentally? I am bullish to the hilt fundamentally because, as I was saying earlier, I own XRP token, but I've been allocating a lot of my 401k now into the ETFs rather than just buying more tokens. I'm using the powers of the ETFs. Now, technically, it's actually starting to try and shape up a little bit. Bitcoin, however, I think has been doing a little better the last couple of days. And what I'm really hoping for, and again, to let you guys remind people, this was the day that I picked up XRP right about there. And for me, this is a 4 o'clock candle, Pacific time. And it was right around the shift of the new candle, and they were starting to go green on the day. And I said, you know what? I'm going to take a chance here. I bought XRPI, the ETF. We're looking at XRP, the token. So I bought XRPI, and I haven't really been negative in that trade yet. I even added a little bit to it. And Bitcoin, same kind of a thing. Here's the relative same day. And as you can see, we've got a curling there of the 10-day SMA. I'm using it's a 10 SMA. It's in yellow in this case. Same thing applies. It's the momentum line. And the momentum line has been just slamming the price of XRP down. And now it's fighting its way down, fighting its way again, keeps coming back for more. Bitcoin keeps coming back for more. And now this day, yesterday, and today is day number 4 that we're trading handily above a 10 SMA that's starting to curl back up. So forget the fact that I'm fundamentally bullish. It's now starting to technically firm up, which is great. I own some XLM as well. They all kind of look the same. This one's more peer-to-peer. And then what I've been accumulating a lot of the last couple months is HBAR. My average price is now like, I think 12 cents. No, 13 cents. And same thing. I bought HBR, which is the ETF for HBAR. I bought HBR in my 401k. Same time, same day. I got back from skiing, and this new day was starting to develop, and it looked like we were going to reverse. So I started taking some shots in here. And this one's been printing higher lows. And that's exactly what I want to see. I was telling Andy, I see a lot of good PR come. Hedera does a great job of keeping the PR stream flowing, of who's partnering with them and who's joining their board. Names like FedEx and F1 Racing, and there's a bank in Australia that's going to use them now. So extremely bullish, Dean Spencer. Fundamentally, obviously, I'm super bullish. I think this is a generational opportunity. The Clarity Act, if you're not familiar, we're starting to hear a lot now from the Clarity Act. And I think what's going to happen is the public's going to start to hear the argument that, look, Congress needs to pass the Clarity Act. And the reason they're not is because those big, bad old banks that everybody hates, literally, they don't want to give up their sweet game of yield and allow people to start to compete with bank deposit yields with stable coins and rewards and other things that are coming. So that's the hang up. And so I think the public's going to start to just pound the table and say, what the hell, pass the Clarity Act. And once the Clarity Act is passed, then the floodgates open of regulation where the banks literally know what they can do and can't do, and they don't want to get sued. So that's literally what the entire crypto market is hanging on right now. And you've probably seen a lot of headlines out of Washington and the admin saying, look, let's go. It's time to do this. The banks have been, having a pretty good deal, but it's time for technology and it's time for the people to kind of catch up and get a fair shake too. So look out for some of that, in the headlines. But technically speaking, I like the way they're all not returning back to that big low, early February low. And that makes me feel good because that's where I started to really, dig in buying ETFs. I've already owned the tokens coming into this, but this is where I kind of drew a line in the sand. All right, so happy to look at GXAI. I remember that name. Yeah, that was kind of a funky little AI stock. Artificial intelligence, it's got AI. I don't really know much more about it. Obviously, they had some news today, giant volume. But what I'll say is this. Look at the personality of this thing. It's like one and done. If a pump and dump could give you a stock chart, it would look something like this. It doesn't last long. That would mean today would be, the first and only day too. A big, long reversal wick, not healthy. But more importantly, you've got 1 and 2 big red bars. This is where it should have bounced right there off of the 10 SMA, and it didn't. So once it puts in that candle right there, I'm like nervous and probably selling because I feel like the momentum is gone. Even though it's bouncing in green here, it might just run out of steam, and then the sellers might hit it again. But the way this thing trades in the past, I don't think I'd trust it as far as I could kick it. Trade on the 1 minute. That's not my game, but it doesn't mean it doesn't work. There's some great short sellers who use the 1 minute for trying to hit shorts that are moving up quickly and then rolling over. But 1 minute is for sure a scalper's, day trader's tool. 15-minute is the most I'm going to use because that keeps me kind of framed and grounded. BRK. Yeah. Okay. That's solid today, isn't it? That's weird. So Berkshire Hathaway is a defensive name today, as everything else is kind of trying to sell off. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the quick scalp method in this market because as a swing trader, I can't get any footing and I'm not going to become a scalper. I can't do it. So I just got to kind of work with the parameters I'm given. Silver was so strong a couple of days ago, and then it just got taken out again. I might be interested in this HYMC, but I have to do it on my own terms. So I'm going to put an alert right down here and try and time the low of that green candle, and it might come and test the resolve of the buyers at the 50-day. So I'm willing to just set a price alert and wait. And then if it pops up, I'll have cash tomorrow to maybe consider buying it. It's had 3 or 4 good days of pullback. But that's how I like to set up contrarian type plays that give me a good risk reward so I don't get myself in trouble, like chasing something. 4 or 5 green bars of chasing, and you're just asking for it in this market. I bet the Dow is doing well. No, it's not actually. Look at how the Dow got hit by the 10 SMA. Tried to bounce right here, and the top of the candle got to that 10 SMA, and the sellers jumped right back on it. So whether you're moving to the upside or the downside, the 10 SMA is going to tell you what direction momentum is going in my book. And then here's a great example of the signal candle right there. Oops, let me try that again. Once this red candle broke right there yesterday, that was it. We've never really recovered from that. Just a lot of noise. That's why I call it the signal candle, and that's why I call that the momentum line, because once the line breaks, in other words, once the price closes, and I got a 15-minute candle that closes definitively there, that one right there, below what was supporting it all day long, that's a change in the weather. And I use that more often than not to just say, okay, if I was waiting to try and find the right moment where the buyers are starting to run out of air, sell the things that aren't working for you. That's the spot right there. And even though it came down and bounced back up, it's been a mess ever since. And then look at that big rejection right there. That's a great example of why I wait for a closing candle, because at one point this was green, at top was green, but then in the 15-minute time frame, the 10 SMA really shows its true colors. Kind of a mess right there, but that's the open. And then definitively slammed right there, held right there. Now we're on lows as I speak. So signal candle is something that I've coined for me to say this is the most you're probably going to get. You need to sell the things you want to sell right now or get ready to suffer a pullback. Yes, it's a perfectly good short selling, because right now we're in a definitive range, Pramrod, and we had a giant 2-day reversal of 2 green candles in the Qs, popped right up into the moving averages. That's an anchored VWAP to be specific. And so if you're watching the daily, we came right up to that purple anchored VWAP line, and then you transpose that in your mind and downshift to the 15-minute. Yeah, if you're one of the people that says, I see what's happening here, we've got a range, short, cover, and buy, cover, and short, cover, and buy. So we've got a very definitive pattern. I mean, for people that are on the ball, that's not my game at the moment because I can't short. I can just kind of put risk on and risk off. But if you're an active trader, that's a perfectly legitimate comment. Isn't that a good for short setup on the Q? It sure is. So yesterday, if you were salivating and just getting ready and waiting for the confirmation to deploy your short risk, you would use the signal candle as the opposite. The signal candle becomes your entry candle. Whereas for me, if I was long, that becomes my exit candle. It's just flip it upside down. Good, great comment. AMD, let's take a look. What are the semiconductors looking like today? Big reversal. Look very similar to what the NASDAQ and the Qs look like. Honestly, even worse, to be honest. But notice right now as I'm talking to you guys, I mean, all I see are real live trade ideas tickers, just reminding me we're in a sell program right now. There's not a green tick in sight, whether it's my watch list or the S&P 500. There's not a green tick in sight at the moment. So it just kind of is an example of how trade ideas is always giving me a flavor of what's happening in the moment here. Spider's also just as bad. I mean, where are the safe havens today? Agriculture. Okay, interesting. Commodity index. I don't really see that. Other than that, there's no real safe haven. Nothing but red on the high lows. Not much green at all. Nothing but red on my sector ETF. There's no setups here in this long alert that shows things that are good on all time frames. So it's pretty dry at the moment for buyers. Yes, we'd be happy to look at Netflix. Let's see. Almost out of all near 100, but it keeps playing with my heart by teasing that 100. Looks like it's at the top of a parabola and losing steam. Let's take a look. Yeah, I think I see exactly what you're saying. And that 100 can become a psychological number. And so what we want to do is, I would say, a lot can happen up here. And this is where I would use my 5-day moving average. It got way ahead of itself. It's way ahead of its 10-day. There's a lot of airspace in here. So this is always a perfect opportunity for me to downshift to the 15-minute and where the 5-minute comes into play. You'll be surprised how quickly this 5-minute will come up into the price. The good news is It's not pulling back. All right. It's consolidating sideways. So I think you have a little bit of time to really decide. If you do something here, you're guessing. I think you said you're down to your last lot. And what that does is that last lot allows you to give it more wiggle room mentally and emotionally, Doug. So it keeps playing with my heart and teasing. Exactly. So you're using the words of emotion. So this is a perfect opportunity to take the emotion out of it and say, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait and see what happens when the price and the 5-day moving average, which again is 130 SMA candles. That's all you need to do is plug in 130 for a 15-minute chart and see what happens when the price and the rising 5-day moving average converges. You're going to want to see buyers step in and start to push it higher. If you get that signal candle, meaning the first of any candle that winds up, and here it's coming into place slowly, the very first candle that disappoints you and closes below a rising 5 SMA, I think that is also a signal to the quant funds that it's time to sell. So it gives you an opportunity to have an early exit, but that's the whole idea, is to stick around on that last lot, which is the hardest lot to hold on to. But sometimes it can be the best because there's nothing to say that it can't move to 110 and hit that 200-day moving average. So right now it is kind of hung up on the round number, the psychological number of 100, but give it another day or two and see what happens when this rising 5-day moving average catches up. Let's see. Amazon, I think Amazon was doing okay, I think. It is doing okay, but it's also underneath its 200 days. So kind of the same story over there. It's trying to grind itself back underneath some key levels, but keep an eye on that rising 5-day moving average. Good luck on that GXAI. It looks like it's an investor for a couple hours. It's funny. IGV still looks fairly well in the daily tech sector. I don't use that one very often. iShares tech. The software. Yeah, so they had that horrible AI apocalypse where all of a sudden people realized the actual business models were in jeopardy as well as the employees. So it's got kind of what we would call, I think, a dead cat bounce. But keep an eye on that up until the 50-day moving average. It could have some steam for sure. Green trades today, PayPal, oil, and W. That's interesting. We're starting to get close to a cyber attack. ARQQ, no, it's not. PayPal. It's a good looking one, the daily. Again, it's going to be hampered by the 50-day moving average, but these are some definitely oversold bounces. And USO is a tough one because of the geopolitical. Back to highs. Yeah, CrowdStrike. Seems there might be a theme there. The internet might be going dark soon. Who knows? Maybe somebody's going to try and mess with the internet. You got the World Economic Forum telling us, my God, JetBlue. The World Economic Forum was telling us the next big danger is the cyber pandemic. So maybe we're close. It's too bad. UAVS is going to round trip and come back down, but can't blame it with the market selling off like it is. Can't get much more than 2 days in one direction, it seems like. You're welcome, Doug. So if I missed anybody, just let me know. I got a couple more minutes here before Barry shows up, I think. But look at my red and green here on the day. It's just, there's no doubt about it. The red is overtaking the green. Sellers are outweighing the buyers. And for the most part, since we've been talking, it's just been sell, 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 sell. New lows outstripping new highs easily for the last 35 minutes. This is a great indicator. I can share this if anybody wants this using our cloud. And it's kind of looking at more small caps because that's what I like to look at, small caps. But it's a good example for people who are new, how we can share and configurations quickly. You just want to right click that link and then say save, copy URL, link URL. And once you've copied it, you can load it, file load from cloud. It'll pop in there for you like that. And you see these start over. So you can start these midday whenever you want. I prefer to let mine run all day if I can, so I can get a good feel on that poll. 2/3, 2-to-1 sellers to buyers today since the opening bell. We're starting to get a few in these. This is one that Dan built. Basically green on all time frames, intraday. So this one's starting to populate again, starting to get some green ticks again in my high and low. That gives me kind of a flavor that there might be some buyers stepping back in, and we'll see. What a mess, though. What an absolute mess this last 4 months have been.
Will allow me to extricate yourself from this mess.
From this desk.
I had to figure that word. Well, I didn't. I had to make sure I pronounced it correctly. Yes. But get out of this mess, Steve, for today anyway. Yeah, I mean, even as a intraday trader, it's been a real challenge. I mean, the odd day you get the great trends, the stuff that we're looking for, as opposed to kind of chopping up and down, hitting your stops. And it's a challenge. It doesn't matter whether you're a swing trader or a day trader. It's been a real challenge the last several months. I think you're right, several months, not just several weeks.
Yeah. It's been a few months of this back and forth directionless stuff.
Mm-hmm. But we got to trade. And again, I think it's probably harder as a swing trader because.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, you just do. At least at an intraday trader, every day there's at least 10 stocks that are doing something crazy. Now, how to capture it and make money, that's one thing. But at least there's something to look at. Whereas but as a swing trader, I have no idea how you're doing it.
No, I'm not. I'm just kind of going sideways.
You're not. Okay. Okay.
No, I mean, I day trade here and there where I can. There's always some good ones to pay for the bad ones, but it's been like 2 steps forward, 2 steps back.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Steve. Well, listen, I know you got to go, so thanks for spelling me, and have a great weekend, and we'll see you next week.
See you.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I'll be here Thursday.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Good. Okay. All right, guys. I'm just taking over the. Okay, so Steve leaves me in cinematic mode all the time. Okay. So I'm good to go there. Just give me a couple of moments as I get rid of my announcement and start my music. All right, guys. So here I am back. made the equivalence of a Snickers bar. Good for you. Talking to Steve in our YouTube room, not Steve Gomez, but Steve Pan. All right, guys. So let's see if there's anything that has a OCUL. Now, as I said before, we're now at around 1256. So we'll start to see some of the alerts we're getting here in this upside versus downside. You probably going to see some big volume moves too, okay, that are really going to start standing out. So look at the OCUL as an example. Now, this might mean that it's gone a little parabolic on the downside, Okay, and maybe we take a look at this on a potential bounce. I mean, I don't think so because look left, 863 is the next low looking left. So I'm not, and with the market doing this, hard to commit to a bounce place, guys. Remember I was saying before, that little jog up there. What time was that? That was right when I was taking my break. So yeah, I didn't even realize that. So that little jog up there got into the VWAP and actually kind of made a higher high, but we're back down to this, making higher low or lower highs. So, but you'd think it would be just so simple. Well, and just short everything. And it's funny, it just isn't. It just isn't. You could say, well, just short everything because the market's going down. But what happens is, some of these ones that you're trying to short, they have a little pop, and sometimes a bigger pop than you want, and takes you out of your position. Now, here is one. You know what? Yeah, they've been not games, but I mean, I looked last time I looked, there were shorts available for this PDYN. I thought I was right, but now they're none available, so they've been snapped up again. I think what happened is they got covered right here. So there was some short covering. I saw there were about 18,000 or so, and then got up to here, and then I guess they've been taken off the market in Interactive Brokers. Okay, I'm just looking at my Interactive Brokers account. We only have one positive sector right now, guys, mildly positive, and it's been drifting down, and that is XLE. So even XLE. So let's take a look. What's the worst one? Still NLR, and it's been cruising down most of the day. I mean, virtually, other than that little jog up, it's been cruising down most of the day. And this is the uranium slash nuke ETF. Oracle drops on job cuts. I would have thought it would go up on job cuts, but let's take a look. Plans thousands of job cuts in the face of AI cash crunch. Okay. Yeah, tough being boy in this sector. Seems like a long time ago when Oracle had earnings and it popped up to the high. I mean, this has been more than cut in half. Remember, Oracle had earnings sometime in this month, and it just soared, made an all-time high. So that's an all-time high, and I mean, it's not that long ago, guys. It's September of last year, and then since then, it's been cut more. It's been cut more in half, more than in half. That high right there was about 340, 350, call 350, and we're down at 150 now. I wish, Chris. Yeah, looking right would be the if we could do it. There is an old phrase, William throwing the babies out with the bathwater adage. An adage. Idiom. That's what I. Well, really, idiom. An old chestnut. I don't think it's an idiom. I think I like to call those things chestnuts. Hmm. Well, I know. I mean, oh God. William, tomorrow we've got to short something right from the beginning and don't look back. Look at help now. Here's TPET, guys. Okay, you wanted me to look at TPET? Yeah, I mean TPET is, there's no question it's ripping higher. I got above yesterday's high now. Challenge, I guess, is 2 days ago. Okay, I'm going to clear the. I'm going to clear this upside versus downside. It's not that. No, it's not, I just want to see how a different look. We're going to see probably a lot more red. Again, look at the volume bar that has come in to a Funko DFTX volume bar coming in. Alt, well, let me down. A little one, not a huge one, but a volume bar. I mean, you could look at some of these and think, okay, I mean, is it gone too parabolic on the way down? So if you're listening to Steve, I mean, he even, him and Andy are big swing traders, and he said for months now it's been a real challenge. Months. AIFF reversal. Well, let's see. Poe. Well, I mean, the best I can say about it, I mean, it's an awful looking 2 minute chart, awful looking 5 minute chart, but best I can say about it, it's over the VWAP now, so maybe it's can be sort of a VWAP play. Thing is, I mean, that's pretty. I mean, the VWAP's 135, 136, so the stock's only 4 cents above it. So hard to, in my opinion, commit to this being a reversal. There's the low. There's the close of yesterday, 154 ish. How is our friend TTD doing now? Well, it's okay. At least it had a little bit of a pop, 29.27, not a huge one, but it looks like maybe the trend is starting to change a bit here, guys. I mean, I see a little blue flag, a little blue wave now. But I wouldn't count on it. I mean, we've had, I mean, I did my video on this one, guys. I mean, there's some really nice ones from our AI. Just had to commit a little early. I mean, but the LWLG was a, we were talking about this and our AI nailed it. I mean, absolutely nailed it. It was already down a lot. Okay. This is an earnings play. And then, this is a 15-minute chart. So, at 30 minutes, it was up. And then our AI just, for whatever reason, somehow spotted the top there and said, okay, enough. That's the end of that pull up, and said short it right there. And now since then, 484, I mean, getting down to 411, even at 427, that's about a 12% move. And this is on a 15-minute chart. Let me take a look on a 5, see what it looks like. Yeah, so if you had taken it there, you might have maybe taken a little off here. You wouldn't have to take anything off here as it was basing. And right here, sure, take some off for sure. As it's piercing the wave and even turning blue here. But that was a pretty darn good one. And finding that top of the pull-up. And then, on the long side, had LXU. That thing was easy, sort of, that's a real wave. But another one from our AI, LXU, getting in at 1297. And, that's a 6% move. So on a tough day, I mean, it's been tough. Not just today, but CTAS, okay. CTAS, you guys are talking about that. And it's probably a big move down. Oh, big move up. Okay. Wow. Expensive stock, 204. And UNF. So UNF is in, maybe you're going to buy them out for over 275 a share. All right, guys, it's 110. Now I see VG is getting back up into the area I'm kind of interested in, but will it hold? It's at 1220 right now, VG. So let's take a look at my homepage and go over it one last time, including all the races, scans, etc. that I'm sharing. Surprised the C and the V on my keyboard have not been worn out. Okay, guys, so there is my homepage link. So as always, at the top, you want to take out a subscription right now to Trade Ideas. You can get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And that works for our standard or premium plans, okay? The two types of services that we have. The premium plan, you have access to the AI. There are some other things, but that's the main reason why people take our premium plan. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code in the future, whenever you decide, if you decide. Helps to keep the rooms free. Those of you on YouTube, if you don't know, we have another room. It's called the Trading Room. It is free also. A lot more interaction amongst traders in this room. And also the couple of bonuses. The Trading Room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I don't do it. I live in Vancouver, so a little bit early for me. So thanks to Obi for opening the room so early. And also when I leave, sometime between 2 and 2:30 usually, always stay later for questions. William in the Trading Room will keep the room open. And today he says he'll keep it open to 3:45. So on most days, this room is open from 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Whereas YouTube is basically open from 9 to 2. Okay. So if you want a room that's open a lot longer, including the pre-market, come into this trading room here. It's free. Scroll down a little bit and keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. So if you were listening to Steve Gomez, he's in our YouTube room, but he was there between 12 and 1. He's the originator of the trades of the week. You can sign up for it right here. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting the email, and it's free, and you get it before the market opens Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. As always, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, go down to the education section from my homepage, scroll down a little bit, click on the more info. First thing mandatory you do, getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. Don't have Trade Ideas and wondering about it, start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. You can always just try us on a month-to-month basis, or even within a month, you can always unsubscribe, okay? No long-term commitment, going month to month. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. 15 videos, all free if you're new to trading. Trade Ideas, fantastic program, but it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. It generates the ideas based on your scans or some of the things that, if you're looking at my info. But when you click on a symbol and it's loading in your chart and you're mesmerized or bewildered by it, it's not going to help you trade. Okay, you have to understand how to read charts and things like that. So I'm not saying back to basics is going to, be the be all and the end all for you, but you can also use our simulator to practice trading. Simulator is free. It uses our real-time data. Free. You have to have a standard subscription or a standard subscription. Okay. And last, if you're looking for my scans, races, etc., that I'm sharing, go and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. So here's the race over here. The large cap race is right here. Here's the upside versus downside movers right here. Basically what this is, just two competing scans, okay? I could break them out individually. You'd see two different alert windows, one moving up, one moving down. What I've done is just a different way to present the data in a ticker format. Go keeps moving down, another earnings play. And biggest gainers from the start of the race. I did display that one earlier. This is a more volatile race. Pre-market actors up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market to find the stocks. It's the top 15 percentage-wise up from the previous day's close in the pre-market and down, the top 15 down. Percentage-wise, okay? Pulse resumes is over here. Very, very light day for it. Usually it's jam-packed. And here are some 3 other scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them up and running, but here's a momentum scan, a gap scanner, and the Pepe combo scan. I might even bring back the Momo scan, just see what it's looking like. But a lot of the Momo is right here, right here. Yeah, I do see that, Obi, because VG is right there. So again, these are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you have questions, please don't be shy. Ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting type question, I can't answer those, but I can direct you to people who can. Okay. And the more people ask me questions, the more I stay engaged and we'll stay later. Just too extended now for me. I just can't commit to it. So Candlesman asked in the YouTube room, how often do I use the halts resumes? It's more information. Okay. I mean, that's why I have it here. It's more information than anything. Now, how I can use it, and I haven't in the last little while because I haven't seen any that are meeting my requirements. So this is how if I do use a stock coming out of a halt and resuming, only the first halt of the day. You notice, well, in fact, today, again, this is a unique day. Normally, we have stocks halting and resuming all day long. There's only been one halt for UNF, one halt for TKC, etc. But some days we see a stock being halted, 15, 20, 30 times over the course of the day. Anyway, what I do is this. If a stock gets halted, let's pretend TKC was one, okay? But I have to admit, I haven't really focused on it that much because I just don't like the way the market has been treating, trending type plays. But this is how I could use it. So here was a halt for TKC, okay, at 619. It was the first halt of the day. So here's 619 down here. When it opened, had TKC gone a little bit down below 619, not, I don't mean like a huge pullback, maybe down to 6 or something, and then pop through 619 again. I have taken that type of a trade, okay, on the first halt. If TKC had opened a little bit above the 619 and then came back down below the 619, again, not a huge amount, but below, and then pop through the halt price again, I sometimes will take that trade. That's the only way I take trades typically. Okay. It's more information though. I just haven't seen one like that for a while. We used to see a lot, on the first halt, a little pop above and then coming down below the halt price and then booming through that halt price again. We used to see that quite a bit. Just haven't really seen it lately. Hamad, okay, how are you, sir? I ended up setting up my pre-market scanners. Still got to adjust it. Have a great day. Okay, you too. You too. And guys, the only positive sector right now is I'm barely positive is the energy sector, XLE. Everything else is down. But they're not tanking necessarily, but again, so NLR, the last time I looked was down about 6%. So it's had a little bit of a bounce. NLR, well, had a little bounce up here, but it's still now it's moving down again. Shipping, IYT. How's silver doing? Silver's down. For it is not really doing too much, but look how meandering it is. VG, you left without me. You see, on another day, I'd be loving this. Look at 10B right here, guys. This is not an earnings play. Great spread. A penny. Can't not going to 2 cents now, but not going to get much better. You're not going to get any better than that. Has room. It's had a nice run on the daily chart. It still has room. 2261. And I wouldn't call this running away. It sort of had the little drop here, and now over the whole number. I just can't commit to it. Interesting action though. 10B had earnings here, and nice continuation off it. Kind of was holding, and then 2 big down days. Well, Harry T, I mean, the people that are going to be put out of work for sure are the IT support room or the IT support desks, in my opinion. And I think Pepe will concur with AI or well, I use Gemini, but tax accountants. Yeah, I mean, without getting too into it, I mean, I've got some interesting situations going for me with a business account, private, personal account, how best to manage. I've had an accountant for years, and I'm still going to rely on him at least for this year. Okay, but I started asking some questions, and my goodness, I mean, it's unbelievable. I've got my wife's account and my two accounts, again, personal and then the business, and it's been a not a challenge, but because I had my accountant look after all that. But well, Pepe, you may have been well, well, did you mean to say depreciated or deprecated, but not underappreciated? How's that? Oh, okay. I thought he meant depreciated. I knew there was a word deprecated, but okay, that's an IT word. Okay. Okay, Alan. So what are you talking about? It had support on 9/11/2024, held for 3 days. So you've gone way back in time, BKNG. So you're talking about going back to 2024. Okay. So you're talking about this low here, I guess. Oh yeah, well of course some swing trades can be huge. I mean back here, I mean the market was. I mean Steve and Andy, they were all into swing trading back in 2024. But what about now? Of course, yeah, of course. I guess some swing trades even now. I'm still looking. Believe it or not, I'm still looking at this VIR. Want to see if it takes out 10. Well, it doesn't look like it's not today anyway. Had a price alert up here. Had the big news a few days ago. Want to see if it can back over 10 at some point. Oh, I see. So even so later on February 23rd. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you can find some. Of course, you can find some. It's a matter of acting on them. Obviously, you can find some. We go back, some of these daily charts. Sure. That's where maybe even the anchored VWAP may help. I don't know. Something like that. Anchored VWAP on a weekly chart or a daily chart or a monthly chart. That may be where the anchored VWAP can help. Alan? Somebody was asking a question in our YouTube room about the anchored VWAP, and I know Steve must have answered it way better than I can because, again, he knows Brian Shannon very well. Wow, another new high for LXU, guys. A little look at the volume burst also. Another new high for LXU earnings play. No, you could have said this one has a swing. I mean, $10 to 14, pretty good move. 40% move. But do we know it's going to do this? Sorry, this is not an earnings play today. It's a previous, but it's been great since its earnings. I mean, look at this. I mean, it had a little rest after, and then yesterday and today, in the face of the market. I mean, the market is now down 890. The SPY is anyway. The next high in a monthly chart for LXU is getting a little close, around 1460. So it's getting a little bit close. If I were forced to swing trade, what I'd be looking at are earnings plays, stocks that had earnings and closed near the high of the day of its earnings, and then following it the next day and seeing if they were holding. That's probably what I would do if I were looking to. If I had to, somebody said, "Well, we're outlawing day trading, so you're going to have to swing trade." Probably what I would do. And I would exclusively just look at earnings plays, stocks that had earnings. Guys, here's Victoria's Secret. This is an earnings play, and this is moving down. Another leg down. Big psychological number to take out, too, guys. 50. Boy, that is a big psychological number, in my opinion, to take out. Let's see if it holds under 50. Let's see if it gets close again, and then I might have to short this if 50 gets rejected again. We've got the downturn. It's been down all day, basically. Okay. And, the market is not on its side. This gets in the mid 70s, guys. I may have to take a short on this VSCO. Mid 70s, I'm talking, of course, 49, 70-ish. Clearing 50 in a bigger way. Well, any one of this, I mean, this is moving higher on volume. Now, when you say momentum, I mean, I don't know how to, but any one of these TPET, usually it's moving higher. The momentum, We don't have a filter called pace, Alan, if that's what you mean. But we've got momentum scans, stocks that are popping because they've got to the volume the last minute or compared to the previous minutes, or 5 minutes compared to the previous 5 minutes, or a lot higher than normal. So that to me would be volume and momentum. My momentum scan probably is going to give you some. But even this one, I say later on in the day, usually, you see a little volume bar right there. You see that on the go-to on the way down, making another new. I'm not saying this is one you'd want to take right now, but but look at the volume that came in. Okay, so this has a volume component in it. So, for instance, how many stocks are auto trading at once here? I can answer that. Zero. There are no auto trading stocks at all in here, Swold Room. The only auto trading that we permit is your own scans. Okay, so you create your own scan and you want to auto trade it, back test it. You're satisfied that it's going to work. Do your equity curve is decent, then you can auto trade your own strategy. I would say that 0.5% of our customers might do that. It's very difficult. Difficult in that to find something that's going to work. I mean, you might backtest a strategy. You think, okay, let's backtest this strategy, and the equity curve looks pretty good. Might work for a couple of days, maybe even a week, and then all of a sudden you say, "Wow, it's not working anymore." You have to go back to the drawing board, start tinkering with it. It's fun to do if you have the time. The backtesting, it is fun to do if you have the time and the inclination, which I have neither. So, but guy like Ozzy, you're back testing, right? Are you still in the room, Ozzy? Believe me, if I thought auto trading was the way to go, I would have been doing it for years. All right. Well, Victoria's Secret, can you plummet now? It's a late one from your scan too, William. Got the alert at $50 at 1:30. Not too many late ones. Yeah, so Alan, I was going to show you this, okay? I'm going to break this out. And again, this is just two competing strategies, okay? Or scans. So if I click on the configure, see, I've got one of the things here is the volume the last minute is at least 300% of normal, as an example, okay? So these are stocks that are making a new high. It works in the pre-market also, but stocks making a new high with all these filters satisfied. And one of the components is the volume has to be 300 in the last minute, 300% of normal. So that might be something you want to look at. You have different time frames, 5 minute, Let me see if I can just type in normal. No. So now this you cannot use in a top list, okay? The volume in 1 minute, you can use 5, 10, 15, 30. And these are ratios. So if you put, add the filter volume in 5 minutes and you put 300, that's a ratio of 3, 400 ratio of 4. It's a percentage, okay? So if you're looking for stocks that are, at the time of your alert are usually big volume bursts too, that is something you can try. I'll do it. Yeah, I know sometimes I go quickly. I never know if people are still around. So in fact, let me bring back my I haven't had this scan up for a long time. And it's just a very basic momentum scan. See what it looks like. Yeah, it is just this is just on the way up. Okay, I know it looks a little crazy, but this is just on the way up. Thought I had the on the way down also, but I guess I don't. But this is what this is what it's looking for. So 1 in 100. Now the current volume has to be at least 20. That's why when I didn't have it at 20, when I had it like at 5 or 6, I was getting way too many alerts. Even at 20, you get a lot of alerts. So that means it's really trading abnormally. 500,000 shares, the volume in the last minute, 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. And it's got to be up 2% from yesterday's close. You know what I can do? I think I can, yeah, I know what I can do. I can have them both in the same scan. Yes. Okay. So now I'm going to see the ones moving down also on momentum. Did I put the don't repeat? I don't think so. No. So you can see what's happened right here. The last time any stock made the filter requirement, met the filter requirements, was at 137. And right now we're at 142. So I'll keep this on the side and just see what sort of alerts we get. I'll put it right down here. That's right. We used to have to do this so I could see I don't really care anymore. So I know I'm talking to myself. But just takes up too much room. All right, let's see if we get anything upside or downside. But a lot of the ones that I'm seeing here could, in theory, show up in here, though you can see they're not. One of the reasons is that the relative volume has to be 20 in here. not that many stocks. Look at Stack, STAK, STAK, relative volume of 35. So what does that mean? That means it's trading at this time of day. It is trading 35 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive, 1:43 p.m. Eastern time. Well, guys, time is it now? 1:44. I may only have about 15 minutes left. Again, always say later if you have questions, but no questions. I tend to deprecate myself. I find that word. I know it's not. I feel deprecated if I don't have any questions. Now, Mike, in our YouTube room. See, even Vasco, I mean, Victoria's Secret, it just did not want to keep moving down. I carved out a dime out of it. I was really hoping it would just keep moving down, 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 but nope, it's popped over 50. So that's it. You see, on previous days in this, I can't remember which day or several days, when I would click on one of these, especially later on in the day, when I would click on one of these large cap gainers, you'd see a beautiful trend all day, like just a beautiful looking trend all day. I'm just not seeing that. I'm seeing just not seeing it. I'm sure there are some. I'm sure there are some, but I'm just not seeing them. Let me bring back my bouncers toppers just for fun. Give me a moment. All right, let's take a look at this one. Okay, this is a bouncer's topper. So if it's in blue, that means it's maybe bouncing from the bottom. If it's in orange, it may be topping out. Now, let me see what time this is. But you can see how long ago the last ones were. Come on. So let's see what happened with OCUL at 112. The price was 1030. Yeah, a little bounce, little bounce. QURE. Again, this is back at noon. This is why you're seeing these times. These are the last time any stock met the filter requirements. And 1116, yeah, could have taken that one. So, okay, this is it, guys. The magic scan right here. Might actually rather show that one for a while and just see what happens. So what is it looking for? Potential toppers. So let's take a look. Just open the alert window and actually hit the configure. So this is what it's looking for, potential top, okay? I can give it to you. Just give me one moment, okay, Hamed? So, and understand, all my scans, everything I'm sharing, customizable to how your style of trading. So I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $100. The volume today is at least 500,000 shares. So the stock is up at least five-minute candles in a row. It's got to be above the VWAP, just barely, but it's going to be above the VWAP, 0.001%. That just means it's going to be above the VWAP. RSI has to be at least 78. I've put this in here. This is just to make sure there are not ETFs. They're going to be stocks. So obviously the idea of this is that maybe these are overbought stocks, maybe. So if a stock makes a new high with all these, then you're going to get the alert. Now I do have, you know what? I rarely see the 5-minute low. So in other words, maybe it's making a 5-minute low. Rarely see that as the alert. And then the flip, we have this great feature called the flip. So what does flip mean? What can be flipped will be flipped. So obviously you can flip a new high to a new low. You can flip stock was up at least 5 candles in a row to being down 5 candles in a row. You can have the price has to be below the VWAP, and the RSI has to be at least, I guess, the minimum of 22. Okay, less than 22. 22 or less. So you can flip that. I'll just do it in front of you. Well, can I do it in front of you? Well, let me give this to you, Hamed. Make sure there's no. So this is on don't repeat. I'll take it off the don't repeat. And you can choose to put it on don't repeat after if you want. I'll take it off the don't repeat. What that means is, you only see the stock one time. Well, once every hour if it met all the filter requirements. But anyway, I will give you this, okay? And anybody else who wants it? All right, AJ, here you go. Of course, the Williams scan kind of gives you a little bit of that, because those are stocks that are making new lows versus making new highs. But this is more designed, I suppose, to truly find maybe the potential bouncers and toppers. My upside down sidebar has a different percentage. Does that matter for Holly AI? Okay. So I don't understand the question, Dylan. Exactly. What are you talking about? Your upside down bar. You're talking about this? All depends on when you loaded it. Okay. If I clear it, and that's got nothing to do with Holly AI. This is nothing to do with that. See right now, so I just cleared it. So right now it's 100% green, right? Because it all depends on when you started running it. Now there's So right now, obviously, a third of the ones, are red. Two-thirds are, so that's why you're seeing that's all these percentages stand for. I don't really pay that much attention. I just care about what's coming through in the ticker. Some people use the compare count as a, I mean, these stocks are, I mean, you could take, for instance, you could make a symbol list of all the energy stocks, or a symbol list of all the financial stocks, or a symbol list of, whatever sector you like, and then run a compare count, and you'll see the stocks that are in that sector, they're moving higher versus the ones moving lower, things like that. You can see right there. I mean, now this is, the same stock over and over and over again. Okay, so that's why, the green is being influenced by the fact that we've had back and RBNE over and over again. Where this can be kind of interesting is on a day, and well, even a day like today. Well, yeah, except you would expect more red coming through. The market is down 9, but we're seeing, some of these smaller ones, SOC making another new high of the day. But here's SHC. What is it doing? Just made a new low, but it's got nothing you see here has anything to do with the AI or Holly. Okay, nothing. Boy, oh boy. I mean, this is no stocks meeting the filter requirements of this the bouncers toppers for quite a while now. All right, so this Robin Energy, this is another one of those that popped a lot, though it did not hold its gains. This is the day in which a lot of these little energy stocks pop, did not hold its gains, dropped the last two badly, the last 2 days. Cruisers, guys, CCL. Let's take a look at CCL making a new low of the day on volume. See the volume burst right there? So volume momentum down, volume momentum down. You'd like to say, well, just short this, just short it. I had a little pop up, and now it's starting to move down underneath the whole number. 2506 is the next low looking left. That's almost $2. That's on the monthly chart. On the weekly chart, it's the same. So, I mean, you think that it'd be simple, just short it. Boy, the abnormal option scan. I don't have that up and running, but let's take a look. Okay, I'll probably be able to decipher it. But you can look, yourself. So I can tell you right off the bat. I think the minimum has to be 150% in the option volume today, which means it has to be trading at least 1.5 times normal. And here's the option volume so that's 7,700 contracts a day. That is 3.2 times normal based on the average over the last 10 days. Okay. But if you took this, is it a multi-strategy window, AJ? I haven't run that for so long now. Is it a multi-strategy window? with an M in the upper left-hand corner? Or is it the Pepe? Okay, so, okay, so all you have to do is take one of them, right click, okay, sorry, right click, and you see how strategies pops up? So you'll see there's probably, I don't know how many there are in there, but, and then just have to click on configure. So watch what I do, right click, strategies pops up, or strategies is here. Then the strategies are popping up in this little box. And all you have to do is, pick one, highlight it, click on configure. Then you're going to see exactly what the strategy is looking for. And I think it has to be a minimum of 150%, I think. And with a minimum of 500 contracts. There are other filters in place, but I think, and probably a relative volume of, I don't know what I used in there. I haven't looked at that one for a long, long time. And at 136, let's see, at 136, right here. So if it's the repeating version, I can see what happened here. I mean, it made a new low. Okay, made a new low. I made another new low at 136 right here. Took out 50. The relative volume, I think, has to be 8. Might have to be 8. Where are you getting that from? That option scanner? Are you? Oh, so that is the Pepe. Okay. So, well, that's even. I probably should load that again. I haven't loaded it for a while. You normally do not get too many alerts from it. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying right there. Well, 4961. So this is what I'm saying. If you hover over it, strategies, and hover over and click on the configure, it's going to tell you exactly what it's looking for. So yeah, the current volume has to be at least 8. So I might start using this again. I haven't used it for quite a while. It's sort of a way just to find stocks that are really trading abnormally, not just on volume, but also option volume. Okay. So it has to be at least 150% of normal, one and a half times normal, minimum 500 contracts. It's also a 10-day daily breakout or down. So it has to be above the 10-day high or below the 10-day high. So there are other filters in place. So in this particular case, if a stock met all these filter requirements and it made a new high for the day, you'd get a real-time alert. Now, you more than likely would have had an alert for LXU earlier. This is just showing the last time. I haven't used this for a while. I mean, this used to be almost my go-to scan. Some days you don't get very many, which is okay. I'm just amazed I'm not getting anything in the bouncers toppers. Again, deprecated. To the dustbin of scans. Okay, I'll fill in for him. Genius. Genius. Genius 3 times. How's that? Well, out of deference to you, Pepe, tomorrow I'll run it and see what happens. I'll put it over the Halts resumes. I mean, there are a bunch of scans that I almost feel like taking a look at, the ones that I just don't want to get into the habit though of having too many things open. I like this one, just because it, especially when the market is down, it's giving us things that are strong. Hola, Mr. Frito-Lay. But I had a scan that was a stock that was up big yesterday, but down big today. Let's take a look at what that looks like, and vice versa. Down big yesterday, up big today. You would think that'd be a wonderful scan, wouldn't you? See if I can find it. I know up. Now, remember, I had two variations of it. One is breaking the close, and one has to be breaking the high or the low of yesterday. Let me just bring up this one. I want to see what it looks like. So you see what it's looking for. It's looking for a stock that was down big yesterday. Okay. Well, this is exactly what it's looking for. I do have a multi-strategy window too with both of them in, but okay. So it had to be down at least 5% yesterday. That's on the close. Okay. It had to be down at least 5%, but it has to be up at least 1% from yesterday's close. So the stock had to be, when it closed yesterday, it had to be down 5% at least, but now it's at yesterday's close and up a little bit from it. So here's a gig. Now these are late because had I been running this earlier in the day, I'm sure. So you can see what you can see. I mean, this was down 5% yesterday. Maybe that's a good one. I'll run that one tomorrow. I don't like this bouncers droppers. Sorry, Pepe. Goodbye. No, we cannot. I asked him a long time ago if we could have something that would at least look at stock or at companies that had insiders buying, that were reported, not insider trading, but insiders buying. And it's a long time ago though. So no. Well, unusual option trades that would suggest insider knowledge. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I mean, if you want to put the option volume even higher, than 150 minimum, 500 or something, maybe. But by that time, the stock may have already popped. So Ron, you like that one. Okay. Let's just see. So again, here's a stock, TPET, beaten down yesterday, was down over 5%. Remember, it had to close at least 5% down, at least 5% down. But today it is at least, well, obviously in this case, it's way up more than 1%. But at the beginning of the day, though, it may have just been starting out. Now, I used to put a don't repeat on this because you see how you can get overwhelmed. I also thought I had a multi-strategy window based on it because so here's the reverse, guys. This is the I mean, you would think this is a wonderful scan. See, Pepe is so you beat me by 50 cents, which, in the world of day trading is can be a lot. So this is the reverse, okay? So here's a stock. It says SRRK that was up at least 5% yesterday. See, it was up at least 5% today, but it's now below, but now it is down at least 1% today. Speaking of Victoria's Secret, I used to always think this would have been just about the best scan ever. The idea of a stock up big and then but down big today, or down big and then up big today. Just reversing, big reversals. I'll run it tomorrow. I'll see what happens. Now, these are late, okay? These are late because understand that you would have seen these alerts a lot earlier, okay? MKC, you know, well, I mean, that's where it closed. So, I mean, you would have seen MXC almost right off the bat because all it had to do was be 1% above yesterday's close. So you would have seen it probably right around here. Now, do we know it's going to do this? I mean, I wish I could say, sure, we do, but we don't. I think I used to have to tinker with this. What's my relative volume? See, I might even have to put relative volume in here. The reason I didn't put the relative volume in is that because you can get these alerts right off the bat, like right close to the open. And if you limit it to the relative volume, but a stock like this at 31, but maybe at the very beginning of the day, it may not have been even close to that. Though in this case, it probably was way more than that. But I know I'm rambling, but so you can see the relative volume here. That you have a column for it. So what I might do, not might do, what I will do. Ooh, I've got a custom formula. That's right. I remember now. Can't do that then. I'm going to run this one tomorrow. Okay. I'm just going to run it in here. I'm not going to, there's a custom formula in here that does not copy. All it is it's just saying, okay, when you get the alert, there has to be at least 50 cents to the next high or low, depending on the direction. I could take that out and give you guys this, but So probably Pepe is when he loaded it, right? That's why he saw it at 136. Probably that's when he loaded it. All right, guys. Well, are there any other questions? It's now 2:14. I'll run this one tomorrow and see what sort of alerts we get. So you're talking about the swing. All it is, well, it's up to you. It's up to you, Dylan. I can't tell you, how what when you say how would I take one, you're talking about the long-term Holly. Yeah. So I mean, all that is, these are just stocks that are still that from the original alert, whenever that was, they're positive. Okay. How you take them, if you take them, is going to be up to you. It's not a matter of, how would you take it? Well, so see there was the entry price, and here's the last price now. All of these are, wow. I mean, look at that. Look at Battalion. So what all this is showing you is that at some point, the AI had an alert for TPET. I'm sorry, at 188, and now it's 239. So if any, and I don't know how long ago it goes back. Okay, I don't know if it goes back 3 months, a year, 2 years. Really don't know. But as long as it was an AI play in the previously, if it's above the current, if it's above that price, it is going to show up here. Well, yeah, but I mean, well, okay. What if you took this? What if, okay, here was the entry price, whenever that was, okay, 188 for TPAT. And this is the last price now, but what if the last price was, you looked at that and go, oh, look at this. It's above 188, it's at 2, as an example. Okay. Um, I mean, you're right. I mean, to a certain extent, if it got back down to 188, you probably want to be out of the trade. But it doesn't mean you don't want to close your position. What if at one point this was up at $3 and now it's at 241? You would still see it, but you wouldn't want to let a stock that was at I'm just making this up. You wouldn't want to let a stock that's at $3 go all the way back down to 241. You want to take some off. Does that make sense? But I mean, obviously, this one is unbelievable. The Battalion. And this shows you the change from the original entry over here. And you can duplicate it into a free floating window. So you can have it, you don't have to be in the channel. And I think, I'm trying to remember why these are these negative? Just give me a moment. Okay. So they're going to be negative. So these are negative only because the change from the close is negative. Okay. But some of these are, you get an alert at I don't know when that happened. IBRX at 485, it's now 894. So, I mean, yeah, this is something what we really, and I thought, again, guys, next Wednesday, the ideal situation, and it's been asked before, is that when a stock becomes positive from an alert, who knows when, you should be able to get an alert on that. Like an alert, like a sound alert, or some kind of an alert, a price alert, some way to alert. Otherwise, you don't know when it's, unless you're staring at this list. But how are you going to know when a stock is actually positive? So what I'm saying is, here's an entry price. Whenever that happened, TPAT at 188. TPAT could have been at 150, 140 for a few days, and then today it gets up to 189. You'd like to know that. that a previous AI alert went positive from the original alert whenever that happened. Again, guys, just keep, Wednesdays. Ask Dan. I thought, I mean, I'd like that. Even I would like that. I mean, it's just like here, you get a sound alert when an alert happens here. Oh, Dan Merkin, he's the he's the CEO of Trade Ideas. Okay, so generally speaking, every Wednesday from 12 to 1, he starts his own YouTube stream. He doesn't take over from me, and that's an opportunity to ask the CEO of Trade Ideas questions. So just like we can, you can get a sound alert, of course, in the AI. So when an alert happens here, you can get a sound alert, so you know that something has happened. Okay, and then you can look at your AI and you say, okay, there was a new alert. Should be the same here. So for instance, take a look at this one here. So here's GXAI, okay? The alert was at 220. Right now it's at 191, 192. What if, tomorrow or next week at some point, it gets above 220? We want to know that. You just look at it and say, okay, maybe the AI was a little early on these days, but, it's turned around. And for all the reasons why we had that original alert, they're back in force. Okay. Just give me a moment. I would almost say that in priorities, that could be one that's even more so than the buy and sell flag. But anyway, what am I supposed to do with this? The only thing what? Okay. So I suppose what you would probably want to do is just do a sort on the change from the entry percent. So right now, CGen had an alert at 202 and it's there. I suppose you could do it that way. Okay, so it is right there at the original alert. WSC, it's 7 cents above. Well, right now, that's a percent. Sorry, that is a percent. So you can kind of see that maybe, actually, that might not be a bad way to use it. Okay, so here's WSC. At least you're zeroing in on the ones that have come back at least to the original entry. Now, what you don't know though is that, here's Box as an example. Okay, the entry price was 25.86. This was yesterday, so it actually got up here. So that was a great positive. That was a very positive one from the AI. The alert was at 25.86 right here. Okay, Box being right here. The buy. You can see the buy flag, and from there it got up to 20, and then it's pulled back. And now it's back. Now it is back to the alert price. It's 0.1% above. So you might look at Box and go, okay, let's maybe follow Box for a couple of days and see if it has continuation. So did everybody understand that? I would sort on the change from the entry percent so that you'll see the stocks that are right at the original alert price near them anyway. You know, sort on it. Obviously, you have some. You know, this is 4,000% away. Are you kidding me? We had an alert for dull at 101 and it's at 43. I remember this. Oh, I see. This is one of those microseconds. So this is a gold leverage play 3 times. So that's why. So I guess what that does is basically it just zeroes in. You know, I would only have you know, the top ones zeroes in on the ones that are near the original alert price. So that's something you can do. All right, let's take a look at this one now and see if there's anything interesting happening. Trying to arrange this a little bit better so it doesn't take up so much space. So the SSRM must be bouncing. Hmm. Oh, no, no. All right, right. This is a short opportunity, right? Anything in yellow is a short opportunity. Anything in powder blue is a long opportunity. So these are the bounce plays, and anything in yellow is a topping play. Now, I can't remember if I put a delay on this. I didn't. I'm surprised. By a delay, I mean I'll run it without a delay. Well, by a delay, I mean I don't want to see like right at 9:30. You know, these I want to maybe delay it for 10 minutes or so because at right at 9:30 you can see stocks going up and down, up and down, up and down. But I'll keep it like this. I'm interested to see what sort of alerts we get tomorrow. I'm going to take my house resumes and move them off. I'm sure this is going to get just jammed up right on the open, but it might be very interesting. All right, guys, it's now 2:28. So if there are no more questions, I can always hang around if there are questions, but if there are no more questions, I might just take off. Okay. So for YouTubers, you can give you the link, my homepage link. I will, Dylan. You too. So I'm just going to put my homepage link in YouTube. So if you guys want to head over, the main room will still be open till 3:45. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, this is all you have to do. Just click on the homepage. This is for people in YouTube. Okay. And scroll down a bit. And where you see trading room, click on the more info, and that'll get you into the trading room. And this room is open at quarter to 7, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time in the morning, and usually runs to 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. So I'll give you guys a few seconds. Anybody left in YouTube wanting to do that, it's free also. So you don't have to worry. You don't have to pay. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas. These rooms are free, open to all. Okay, YouTubers, I'm going to end the stream. So we'll see you guys tomorrow.